Chapter 782. If Yang Qi encountered someone with a lot of dragon luck, then he would have profited. If he encountered someone with little dragon luck, then it would be a waste of talent. Thus, the 6th and 9th princes were observing the expressions of their opponents. The 9th prince had never intended to compete for the position of crown prince. All he wanted was dragon luck. They cultivated a special technique from a young age that allowed them to store dragon luck in their bodies and use it when necessary. Most importantly, dragon luck could be used to withstand the Paragon Tribulation. In the second battle, the 6th prince sent out an expert with 75% body seal. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Furthermore, he suppressed his opponent in terms of cultivation level and won again. The 9th prince was ranked below the top 10 of the 17 princes. It was already very difficult for him to gather 10 people with 70% body seal. Now that he had lost 2 battles in a row, his morale plummeted. In the 3rd battle, the 6th prince won. In the 4th battle, the 6th prince won. In the 5th battle, the 6th prince won. The experts on the 9th prince's side had half of their dragon luck taken away. It was very tragic. In the 6th battle, it was Yi Xian. When Yi Xian joined, he was only at 60% body seal. Now, he was at 75% body seal. It was not bad. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Oh, it's this kid. The 6th prince gave him the dragon-patterned golden armor. I remember. I thought the 6th Highness would give the dragon-patterned golden armor to Yang Qi. Don't underestimate this kid's strength. He defeated an expert with 85% body seal at the Poison King's legacy. He seems to be immune to poisons. He's a good seedling. Who knows, he might become a paragon in the future. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he might be able to. The ministers discussed in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian was the center of attention. He slowly landed on the arena and looked at his opponent. It was rare for Yi Xian to have a higher cultivation level than his opponent. I admit defeat. The martial artist with 70% body seal said directly he couldn't beat Yi Xian anyway, so he might as well admit defeat early. Hearing this, Eunuch Wu immediately channeled half of his dragon power into Yi Xian's Prince Medallion. In the 6th battle, the 9th prince won. The 9th prince's heart turned cold because in the next 4 battles, his people were all defeated. If the dragon luck of all his subordinates was reduced by half, then the total dragon luck of his prince seal would be reduced by half as well. A 10-win streak was a very good start, and it also boosted the morale of Yi Xian's 10 players. Next, it was the 3rd prince against the 11th prince. Both sides won 5 battles, but the 3rd prince still earned some dragon fate. Then, it was the 4th prince against the 8th prince. The 4th prince's team had lost 1 person in the Battle of Draconic Luck, so they only had 9 people left. However, the 8th prince wasn't a match for him at all, and he was defeated 9 times in a row. Now, there were already 6 princes fighting, so there were only 6 left. Under normal circumstances, the older prince would have an advantage. So the 1st prince defeated the 5th prince with a score of 9 wins and 1 loss. The 2nd prince and the 7th prince had both won 10 matches in a row. Just like that, the 1st round was over. It was the crown prince, the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince. Only the 5th prince was unlucky enough to meet the 1st prince. The rankings were updated. After 1 round, the 1st prince actually overtook the 7th prince and is now ranked 2nd. The 6th prince and the 4th prince are ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. The officials were also not satisfied. Although some of the battles were forfeited, some of the people with similar strength still fought very well. Now, it was time to decide the order of the 2nd round. Eunuch Wu would pick the order of the battles. In the second round, the first prince will fight the fourth prince, the second prince will fight the sixth prince, and the third prince will fight the seventh prince. Eunuch Wu announced the order of the battles. After hearing the order of the battles, many people's expressions changed, and the fourth prince looked the worst. The fourth prince's team was the weakest of the four princes. The first prince's team was very strong, and there was a person who was suspected to be a 100% physique ceiling expert. Although he could admit defeat, he would still have to give half of his dragon luck to the other side. In the first battle of the second round, the first prince would fight the fourth prince. The fourth prince was obviously at a disadvantage, so it depended on the order of the battle. Forfeit, 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 forfeit. The fourth prince looked at the first prince, who had a calm expression on his face. Every time the first prince yelled out, "Admit defeat," his heart would tremble violently. He was originally a strong contender for the position of crown prince, but now it seemed that there was no suspense. He only wanted to obtain some dragon fate to resist the supreme tribulation. After this round, the first prince overtook the seventh prince and took first place. Next, it was the second prince's turn to face the sixth prince. Second brother has two people with 85% physique ceiling realm. The sixth prince hoped that his team would encounter the two people with 85% physique ceiling realm, so that he could plunder a large amount of their dragon fate. The first battle he sent was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already jumped onto the arena. His opponent was one of the two people with 85% physique ceiling realm. The second prince wanted to get a good start and raise morale so that he would not lose too badly. Damn it, I can't believe I met him. The gray-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy because he had heard that Yi Xian had obtained a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Since he practiced swordsmanship, it would be extremely difficult for him to break the defense of the dragon-patterned golden armor without using his dragon fate. The prince token had been given to Eunuch Wu. If he wanted to win, he had to knock Yi Xian out of the arena. If he lost, he would have to give Yi Xian half of his dragon fate. Not going to forfeit. Yi Xian thought to himself when he saw his opponent's expression. "Let's begin," Eunuch Wu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian first. At the same time, Yi Xian gripped his spiritual rhino sword tightly. 4 directions annihilation. A slash pierced through the air and collided with his opponent's attack. Boom! A shock wave swept across the arena. Smoke and dust filled the arena and instantly enveloped both of them. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could accurately locate his opponent's position. 4 directions annihilation. Eye of Illusion. This time, Yi Xian directly used a trump card. When the gray-robed middle-aged man found out that his opponent was Yi Xian, he was actually very nervous. His willpower was not strong enough, so Yi Xian immediately found a flaw in his state of mind. The next moment, he saw a huge figure rising from the smoke and dust. What? The gray-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian was clearly a human. How could he turn into a giant dragon? He could not help but raise his head and look at the huge head that popped out of the smoke and dust. His heart trembled violently. Chapter 783. However, just as the gray-robed middle-aged man was in shock, a slash tore through the air and directly struck his chest. Crack! Amidst a clear sound, the gray-clothed middle-aged man was blasted flying, and he fell outside the arena. There was an anti-flight array on the arena. Due to his absent-mindedness, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian's joint attack and ultimately defeated. Seeing this, Eunuch Wu raised his eyebrows. He felt that something was wrong with the middle-aged man, but he did not ask. Instead, he announced, "The sixth prince wins." He directly channeled half of the middle-aged man's qi to Yi Xian, then threw the prince token back to Yi Xian. What's going on? Why didn't he block or dodge? This is strange. Even if his eyes are blocked by the smoke, he should be able to block it with his perception. That brat is strange. I don't know what method he used to make his opponent absent-minded. For a moment, the ministers began to discuss among themselves. It was not only them. No one present could understand what was going on. Uft. The middle-aged man in gray who was sent flying out of the arena had already returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian in the arena and asked in shock, "An illusion array? When did you set up that illusion array?" "It's a secret." Yi Xian smiled and walked down the arena. The Eye of Illusion was his trump card. However, it was a trump card that he could show to others. After all, as long as he matched it with the Eye of Revelation, he could use it silently when he saw his opponent's eyes. The middle-aged man in gray's words shocked the surrounding people. They had the same doubts as the middle-aged man in gray. When did Yi Xian set up the illusion array? Could it be when the smoke was rising? Good. Although the sixth prince did not see it, he did not pay much attention to it and applauded. Now, Yi Xian's strength was enough to intimidate others. He had the strength to kill an 85% physique ceiling expert. This meant that he could fight an 85% physique ceiling expert. The sixth prince thought to himself that he had not misjudged. He was thinking that if Yi Xian was nurtured, he would definitely become an invincible half-step supreme being. His chances of becoming a supreme being in the future were very high. Next round. Eunuch Wu did not waste any time and immediately shouted. Yi Xian was the first match, and Yang Qi was the next. Yang Qi was a 90% body sealing expert, and he also had the ability to challenge people above his level. Therefore, his opponent directly admitted defeat, and Yang Qi took half of his opponent's dragon luck. There weren't many experts under the second prince's command. Soon, this round was over. The sixth prince finished with 8 wins and 2 losses. He didn't lose a lot of dragon luck in those 2 losses, so he also made a lot of money. The third round was between the third prince and the seventh prince. The seventh prince's current team was comparable to the first prince's, so the third prince was also not a match for the seventh prince. He lost 9 battles in a row. In the end, the seventh prince was still ranked first, the first prince was ranked second, and the third prince was ranked third. Where did the experts in the first prince and the seventh prince's teams come from? The sixth prince could not figure it out. The strongest expert he found was only 85% body sealing expert, while the first prince and the seventh prince's teams had experts who were suspected to be at 100% body sealing expert. Even if they each found a high-grade inheritance, the gap was too big. Now, my trump card is Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's realm is too low. Even with the dragon pattern golden armor, I'm afraid he can only fight against a 95% body sealing expert. Moreover, my dragon luck is the lowest. The seventh prince's strength is not superior to mine, and the first prince is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid I'll be squeezed out this time. Although the sixth prince was unwilling to accept it, it was the truth. However, he could still give it a try. The top 3 have been decided. The third round of the Crown Prince trial will be held in 7 days. Eunuch Wu announced loudly. Then, the princes led their own teams and left. Yi Xian was led back to the sixth prince's residence by the sixth prince. Everyone, what do you think of the current situation? The sixth prince asked after they returned to the residence. Yi Xian and the others looked at each other. Then Chief Steward Zhua said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid that in this Crown Prince trial, you are—" "It's hopeless," the sixth prince frowned. Yi Xian also felt that it would be difficult for the sixth prince to produce. Previously, he'd understood the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial, and discovered that the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial was both a test of strength and strategy. Of course, luck was also important. In the second round of the Crown Prince trial, only the top 3 would advance to the third round. The third round of the Crown Prince trial was actually a sandbox game. In the beginning, it was a tripartite situation. Each side had 2 checkpoints and a main city, and each side's prince had to guard the main city. This was because once the main city was conquered, their side would immediately lose. The top 3 in terms of dragon luck were the 7th prince, the 1st prince, and the 6th prince. Each side had 2 checkpoints. For example, the 6th prince's 2 checkpoints were adjacent to each other. At the same time, these 2 checkpoints were adjacent to the 7th prince's and the 1st prince's checkpoints. To put it simply, the 6th prince had 2 checkpoints. One of them had to fight the 7th prince's checkpoint, while the other had to fight the 1st prince's checkpoint. The 6th prince had to give orders to both checkpoints at the same time. As for the 3 princes, they could only leave the main city and join the battle when one of their checkpoints was conquered or when the enemy's checkpoint was conquered. Every main city started with 1,500 soldiers. At the same time, there were some resource points in the sandbox game. As long as one occupied these resource points, they would instantly gain 500 soldiers. The last remaining prince would become the crown prince. As for the dragon luck in the first 2 rounds, there were many ways to use it in the third round. For example, they could directly use dragon luck to exchange for soldiers. When the checkpoints were under attack, they could also use dragon luck to control the arrow towers to kill the enemy. The 6th prince's 10 subordinates all had dragon luck. In the third round, the 6th prince would obtain the total dragon luck of all 10 of them. At the same time, Yi Xian's 10 subordinates' dragon luck would not decrease and could still be used. This was the final round of the Crown Prince trial. Strength was indeed important, but luck and strategy were also very important. Even a 100% physique ceiling expert might not necessarily be able to lead a battle. However, the 6th prince's team was already weaker than the 1st prince and the 7th prince. He could only rely on the dragon luck that he had accumulated in his early years. Forget it, I will succeed or die trying. If we are comparing dragon luck, I will definitely be the one with the most. The 6th prince thought to himself. Chapter 784. Go back and rest, the 6th prince said after a moment of thought. Yes, your highness. Yi Xian and the others nodded respectfully. However, the 6th prince called out again, Yi Xian, you stay? Hearing this, Yi Xian's footsteps paused. After Chief Steward Zhua and the others left, the 6th prince asked, Yi Xian, if I give you more cultivation resources, will you be able to break through in 7 days? As long as I have enough, I can definitely break through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he said, solemnly. He was currently at 75% body seal. If he broke through again, he would be at 80% body seal. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he faced an expert at 100% body seal. All right, this interspatial ring is for you. You must break through. The 6th prince threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian without saying anything else. This time, he decided to bet on Yi Xian. Of course, he had already ordered the dragon-patterned golden armor to be made for Yangqi as well. Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring and looked inside. His heart trembled. These things were enough for him to break through to 80% body seal. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. In fact, he wanted to say something to the 6th prince. As long as the 6th prince was willing to give him all his wealth, he would definitely help the 6th prince become the crown prince. You should go and rest too, the 6th prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Xian answered and left. After he left, the 6th prince also paused for a moment before leaving the sixth prince's residence. This time, he would either succeed or die trying, so he wanted to borrow some draconic luck from the other princes. In fact, he had another plan in mind, which was to use the draconic luck to pass the supremacy tribulation. He was already at 100% body seal. With the dragon-patterned golden armor and draconic luck, his chances of passing the tribulation were not low. However, if he failed to pass the tribulation, then he would be struck and his soul would scatter. With his talent, he would definitely be able to break through to the supremacy realm in the future, so he did not dare to take the risk. Of course, if he succeeded and became a supremacy, the position of crown prince would definitely be his. After being rewarded by the sixth prince, Yi Xian hurriedly returned to his room. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 80%. The moment he closed the door, Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. He had broken through. The reward from the sixth prince was enough for a person to reach 90% of the body sealing realm. It was very precious, but to Yi Xian, these things could only go from 75% to 80%. I've broken through. Now, I don't have to be afraid of those experts who seem to have reached 100%. If I were to comprehend sword intent, I would be invincible among half-supremes. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the bed and immersed his mind into the devouring space. Currently, he was still unable to specifically devour the sword will, so he would refine the sword will on his own, but every time he would fail. One had to admit that Sword God Bahwang was really lucky to actually be able to comprehend sword intent. He stayed in his room for 7 days, but he still couldn't refine the sword will. He gave up. When the 7 days were up, he hurriedly left the residence and went to the training field. The sixth prince and the others were already there. When the sixth prince saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up. "Good. You didn't disappoint me." Yi Xian smiled and walked over. Today was the last part of the crown prince's trial by fire. The three princes were staking everything on this one throw. They were determined to win the position of crown prince. During the 7 days, Yang Qi and Poison, which had both made breakthroughs. Yang Qi broke through to 95% of the body sealing realm. At the same time, the sixth prince rewarded him with a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Poison, which had obtained the legacy of the Poison King, and with the help of the sixth prince, she smoothly broke through to 90% of the body sealing realm. As for the others, they had also improved their strength. "Let's go." The sixth prince led the 10 people into the palace. The ministers had already gathered, and the other princes had also arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. First prince, sixth prince, seventh prince. Who will become crown prince? I think the mysterious first prince will win. I think the seventh prince will win. The ministers were still discussing in private. Yi Xian looked at the hundreds of ministers and imperial experts of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty and couldn't help but feel nervous. As long as he helped the sixth prince become crown prince, he wouldn't have to worry about the resources he needed to break through to the supremacy level. However, the other two princes weren't weak either. It wouldn't be easy to have the last laugh. After the sixth prince arrived, he stood at the side with Yi Xian and the others. He began to size up the first prince and seventh prince's teams. As expected, the auras of the two teams were much stronger than before. It seemed that they had also received a lot of rewards. After a while, Eunuch Wu appeared. Not only that, but there was also a middle-aged man in golden clothes behind him. He wore a golden crown. This man was the current emperor, the sixth prince's father. When he appeared, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look solemn. At the same time, they felt a huge pressure descend. A supremacy expert, The emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty is a supremacy expert. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Even the sixth prince had achieved 100% of the physique sealing realm. The emperor was a supremacy expert. Yi Xian estimated that if all the experts in the hall besieged the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty emperor, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. He was an expert with a supremacy golden body. In a battle between supremacy experts, unless one had a powerful supremacy martial technique or comprehended the sword intent, it was very difficult to die. Yi Xian looked at the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor with flickering eyes. If he had refined the sword intent, his attack would be able to hurt a real supremacy with a supremacy golden body. Unfortunately, he hadn't. Are the three of you ready? The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor looked at the three princes. We are ready. The sixth prince and the other two princes said in unison. The rules of the siege phase are the same as the first phase. Intentional killing is not allowed. If the prince token is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm. At the same time, the three princes can use the prince token to command their subordinates at any time. Eunuch Wu said. Then, the first prince, sixth prince, and seventh prince's teams followed Eunuch Wu into the secret realm. The location where Yi Xian and the others landed was different from before. This time, they appeared outside a city wall. This is your main city. There is a soaring dragon pillar in the main hall behind this main city. If the soaring dragon pillar is destroyed, Your Highness, you will be eliminated. Similarly, there is a soaring dragon pillar in each of the two checkpoints. If these two soaring dragon pillars are destroyed, the gate of the checkpoint cannot be closed. At the same time, Your Highness can leave the main city. Eunuch Wu said, and handed over 11 maps. This is the map of the siege phase. Your Highness, you have 1 day to adapt to the environment. Tomorrow, you will wait for the order to start the battle. Only then can you send your troops and leave the territory to explore the resource points. Chapter 785. After hearing Eunuch Wu's words, the sixth prince took over the siege map. On the map were 9 cities, 3 main cities, 6 checkpoints, and other locations. The checkpoint on the left is for the first prince, and the one on the right is for the seventh prince. The sixth prince glanced at the map. Rumble! At this moment, the gates of the main cities suddenly opened, and an orderly army walked out. When the crowd saw this orderly army, they trembled all over. Wolf-Fong cavalry? The sixth prince exclaimed in surprise. Eunuch Wu nodded and said, That's right. The Wolf-Fong cavalry is involved in this siege. Each side has 1,500 Wolf-Fong cavalry with 80% physique sealing, 15 deputy generals with 90% physique sealing, and 3 golden armored generals with 100% physique sealing. The sixth prince was astonished. He remembered that the Sun Yen Emperor had only used a few giant stone golems to attack the city. Yi Xian also looked on in astonishment. The Sun Flame Emperor dynasty was indeed powerful. These puppets can be controlled by the prince's seal and prince's token. Your Highness, please distribute them as you wish. These are the rules. Good luck, Your Highness. After Eunuch Wu finished speaking, he directly entered the secret realm entrance. In the next moment, the secret realm entrance disappeared without a trace. In the secret realm, one's senses were greatly reduced. At the same time, one couldn't fly or shrink the ground, so this was Yi Xian's home ground. All right, I'll mark some locations here. You guys check them. The sixth prince didn't delay. He marked over 100 locations on the map because he could use the prince's seal to control Yi Xian and the others. When the time came, he would have to command. After Yi Xian and the others marked their locations, the sixth prince said, Poison Matriarch, lead Chao Bao's group and 500 Wolf-Fang cavalry to the checkpoint on the left. Set up a poison array at the city gate. Yes, Poison Matriarch nodded. She immediately used the prince's token to control a golden-armored general, 5 deputy generals, and 500 Wolf-Fang cavalry to leave. Chao Bao was only at 85% physique ceiling, and the other 3 weren't strong, so they were assigned together. When necessary, they had to use their draconic luck to control the defense tower and counterattack. Fortunately, after the poison which obtained the Poison King's inheritance, her influence was not lower than that of Chief Xue and the others who had 90% of their bodies sealed. Yang Qi, Yi Xian, the 2 of you will lead the remaining people and a squad to the right checkpoint. Wait for further instructions, the 6th prince ordered. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you going to side with the 7th prince?" The 1st prince is mysterious, and his influence is not any weaker than the 7th prince's. I don't think he will take the initiative to attack. He should first look for those resource points, replenish his forces, and then attack a city in one fell swoop. The 6th prince replied, "So, when the time comes, who's going to go explore the resource sites?" Resource points were extremely important for this siege. As long as they occupied a resource point, they would immediately gain 500 Wolf-Fang cavalrymen. If they occupied a few more, they would be able to expand their advantage. There are a total of 10 resource points on the map. If we can obtain all of them, we will instantly gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. The 6th prince understood the importance of resource points, but he couldn't choose anyone to explore them. Hence, he asked, "Resource points can be reclaimed every day after midnight. There will be a huge battle in the middle tomorrow. How do you guys think we should distribute the resources?" The 5 of them exchanged glances. Then Yi Xian took the initiative to step forward and said, "The perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, but I have a special method to find these resource points quickly. When the battle starts tomorrow, I will go." That's right. At the beginning, we usually occupy the resource points first. "I will go too," Yang Qi said. Then the skinny old man added, "My movement technique is not bad either. Count me in." "All right, tomorrow, the 3 of you will go explore the resource points. Chief Xue and Gu Jian, you guys will guard the right checkpoint." The 6th prince nodded. Unfortunately, his original body couldn't leave the main city after the battle started. Now that the battle had not started, he couldn't leave his territory. He could only move between the main city and the checkpoints. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest led a squad and left. It was only an hour's journey from the main city to the right checkpoint. Very soon, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the right checkpoint. The right checkpoint was the same as the 6th prince's main city. It only had 1 wall and 1 palace. Those are the defensive arrow towers. As long as you use your dragon luck, you can control them to attack the enemy. However, it will consume a large amount of dragon luck, Yang Qi said as he looked at the 2 arrow towers on the left and right sides of the 1,000-meter-long wall. "I wonder how powerful these 2 arrow towers are. They should be able to kill ordinary Wolf-Fang cavalry." Chief Xue couldn't help but say. Everyone led the army into the right checkpoint and looked around to get used to the environment. As the battle had not started yet, there was a special formation on the right checkpoint that prevented people from jumping down. At the same time, the gate couldn't be opened. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest couldn't leave the city to investigate. It wasn't easy to attack a city. They had to attack from the city gate. Thus, everyone estimated that the 3rd stage of the trial would take a few days. In any case, it wouldn't end so easily. Yi Xian also got used to the environment and waited patiently. The left checkpoint had Poison Matriarch's poison formation. It wouldn't be easy to break it. After all, Poison King was once an expert with 100% body seal. He was known as the Invincible Half-Supreme. His poison formation was very difficult to break unless one was a supreme. This was why the sixth prince was so confident. A day's time passed very quickly. Yi Xian stood guard in front of the city gate with Yang Qi by his side. In a while, the battle would begin. When the time came, he would have to take the lead and occupy the resource points first. Captain Yang, the two of you should occupy the 3 resource points nearby first, Yi Xian said. What about you? Yang Qi frowned. I'm going to take a look at the 7th prince's side. Although the perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, I have a special method. If I can reduce the 7th prince's men, then the threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian said, the 7th prince only has 9 men, but they might send experts directly. Can you handle it? Yang Qi asked. Even with 100% body seal, I'm confident. Every resource point we occupy means an additional 500 soldiers. It's a huge advantage, Yi Xian replied. The cities were allocated according to order. There were a total of 10 resource points in this central territory. Each side had 3, but the 7th prince had the first, so he had 4. Yi Xian's target was the 4th resource point. Be careful, Yang Qi reminded him. Chapter 786. Yes, although we want to snatch the resource points after the battle, we have to be careful of the enemy gathering their forces to break through the checkpoint, Yi Xian reminded. Yang Qi said solemnly, don't worry. The 6th prince is worried, so he used his dragon luck to exchange for 2 more platoons. They're on their way. 2 platoons? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. 1 platoon consisted of 500 Wolf Fang cavalry, 5 deputy generals, and 1 golden-armored general. The golden-armored general had dragon-patterned golden armor, and his strength had reached 100% of the physique seal realm. Each checkpoint was guarded by 2 platoons, so they would not be defeated directly. Now, the 6th prince had 2,500 Wolf Fang cavalry, but he did not know how many Wolf Fang cavalry the Crown Prince and 7th prince had exchanged their dragon luck for. Yi Xian, Yang Qi, the battle is about to begin. Get ready. At this moment, the 6th prince's voice came from Yi Xian's prince token. Yes, Yi Xian and the other 2 replied. They could use the prince token to obtain the resources from the 6th prince. At the same time, the prince token was very important in this checkpoint, as it could also snatch the dragon luck of others. Once the prince token was broken, the person would be directly sent out of the secret realm. With fewer people, there would be fewer people controlling the arrow towers, which would weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, the 6th prince ordered that except for poison, which no one was allowed to leave the left side of the city. After all, Chao Bao and the others were not strong, and were not even as strong as the deputy general. They could just obediently control the arrow towers and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The time has come. Let the siege begin. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly opened the city gates. Captain Yang, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yi Xian directly dashed in a certain direction. Now, it was a race against time. Whoever occupied the resource points first would have the advantage. Yang Qi looked in the direction Yi Xian left and praised Yi Xian in his heart. That was because Yi Xian's speed was not slower than his 95% of the physique seal realm. TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid is indeed extraordinary. The skinny old man laughed. After leaving the right checkpoint, Yi Xian headed straight for the 7th prince's territory. He traveled at full speed, hoping to find a resource point first. If they occupied the resource points first, the main city would immediately receive 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Therefore, they would take as much as they could. My perception will be greatly reduced in the secret realm, but I have the eye of revelation. I have the greatest advantage. Yi Xian sprinted over. The three main cities were actually not far from each other. It would only take a few hours to reach the neighboring checkpoint. However, the map that Eunuch Wu gave him only indicated the approximate location of the resource points, not the specific ones. But for Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. If Yang Qi takes the three closest resource points, and I take one more, then we'll have 500 more soldiers. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian summoned his dragon-marked golden armor. This was the first time he had used the dragon-patterned golden armor since he entered the imperial capital. Although he had the Eye of Revelation, it was better to wear it just in case. He ran for more than an hour. Along the way, he constantly used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. He discovered that there were still quasi-supreme sacred beasts around. This made him secretly wish that it would be great if he had the Eye of Control. He could directly control these quasi-supreme sacred beasts. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a place. He immediately stopped in his tracks and rushed in that direction. It was a cave. It looked ordinary, but Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation saw the flow of spiritual energy. He looked at the map copied by the devouring system and realized that this was the area where the seventh prince's additional resource point was. Is my luck that good? Yi Xian was a little suspicious and immediately rushed over. He cautiously entered the cave and saw a dragon luck pillar. It's indeed a resource point. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly absorbed the dragon luck on the dragon luck pillar. Then, a platform beside the dragon luck pillar lit up with a blue light. The seventh prince's light was red, the first prince's light was white, and the blue light represented the sixth prince. Successfully occupied. Sixth prince, I have occupied a resource point. Number 4. Yi Xian immediately used the prince token to obtain the resource point from the sixth prince. Good. The sixth prince immediately replied. However, in the next moment, he realized that the 3 resource points closest to him were marked as number 8, number 9, and number 10. Yi Xian, you went to the seventh prince's side. The sixth prince asked in shock. Yes, I occupied it. Yi Xian nodded. Now that he had occupied this resource point, it would not be occupied again today. At this moment, 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen had respawned in the sixth prince's main city. The resource point would respawn at midnight, and he could continue to occupy it. Then, another 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen would appear. Originally, the sixth prince's main city only had 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, but now another 500 had appeared, making it a total of 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Well done. Be careful when you come back. The sixth prince reminded him. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Although that was his answer, he did not want to leave just like that. Since number 4 was near the fourth prince's side, the fourth prince would definitely send someone over first. Yi Xian guessed that someone was already searching for resource point number 4. It was not easy to find things in the secret territory. Yi Xian was lucky that he had the Eye of Revelation. Otherwise, he would not have found it so easily. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Let me use the Poison King's myriad poisons God-killing formation. Yi Xian grinned. Although he had given the Poison King's legacy to the Poison Witch, he had already copied it into the devouring system, so he knew how to use it too. A few seconds later, the cave was filled with danger. If he was not careful, even a 90% body seal expert would die. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian hid around the cave. Instead of going to the next resource point, he might as well wait for the seventh prince to lose some people first. The seventh prince already had one less person. If he lost another person, there would only be 8 people left. With so few people, even if they had a large army, they would not be able to control it. Yi Xian squatted on the ground. 10 minutes later, a figure entered his line of sight. He's here. Yi Xian held the wolf fang sword, his eyes gleaming. This figure was very fast. He was at least 90% body seal expert. He rushed into the cave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly went into hiding. What? A cry of surprise came from the depths of the cave. It was unknown whether the other party had discovered that the resource point had been occupied or that they had discovered the poison formation. Kill! After hearing this, Yi Xian charged in without hesitation. He was the one who had set up the poison formation. Fighting in it would increase his strength in disguise. Not good. When the people inside heard the commotion, they immediately shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed in wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Boom. Chapter 787. Dressed in black, you must be from the ghost cult, right? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. He remembered that the seventh prince had 3 black-robed subordinates. One was a woman suspected to be at 100% physique ceiling, while the other 2 were at 95% physique ceiling. Hearing Yi Xian's question, the man's body uncontrollably moved. Although he didn't answer directly, his body answered Yi Xian's question. You're courting death. The black-robed man roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. He recognized the dragon-patterned golden armor, but Yi Xian's prince's medallion was inside the armor. It would be difficult to defeat Yi Xian. Therefore, he had no choice but to force his way through. Haha, if you want to pass through, you have to pay the toll. Yi Xian laughed as he charged forward. The cave was filled with colorless and odorless poisonous fog. His opponent was already poisoned, but even if he wasn't, Yi Xian still had a way to deal with him. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian stabbed out with his wolf fang sword, and a giant wolf head pounced forward. Netherworld stab. The black-robed man's expression darkened. He extended an arm from under his robes and stabbed at the giant wolf head. Poof! The giant wolf head was pierced, and it instantly dissipated. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Like Yang Qi, this person was only at 95% physique ceiling, but he was much stronger than Yang Qi. However, this was still not enough to deal with Yi Xian. As the giant wolf head dissipated, a sharp circular slash tore through the air and sliced open the black-robed man's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. The black-robed man's expression turned grave. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or this attack would have sliced off his entire arm. However, the worst was yet to come. The black-robed man sensed that something was wrong. He glanced at his shoulder and saw that the blood had already coagulated. Not only that, but the muscles in his shoulder were completely paralyzed. Poison? The black-robed man finally reacted, but it was too late. The slow-acting poison had already been activated the moment he was injured, paralyzing his entire body. It's too late. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian used his draconic fortune to stab forward once more. The giant wolf had bit down on the black-robed man, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the black-robed man, flicking and sweeping his sword. The prince medallion in front of the black-robed man's chest was taken out. At the same time, his left arm, which was wearing an interspatial ring, was cut off. Thank you for your dragon luck. Yi Xian absorbed a large amount of draconic luck from the prince token and crushed it. No, the black-robed man's eyes widened. How could he have imagined that in less than 2 hours after the start of the battle, he would be eliminated by crushing the prince's order? Unfortunately, that was the truth. Hua! The black-robed man transformed into a beam of white light and flew out of the secret realm. The seventh prince had lost one more person, leaving him with only 8 people. Moreover, this black-robed man was at 95% body ceiling. The seventh prince had suffered a great loss this time. Yi Xian hurried over and put away his universe ring. Sure enough, there were a lot of natural treasures inside. However, there was no information about the ghost cult inside. Yi Xian was sure that the black-robed man was from the ghost cult. No matter how strong the ghost cult is, they probably can't produce a supreme being expert. That's why the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor might know about it, but he didn't reveal it. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Then he activated the Prince Medallion and said, "Sixth Prince, I sent a 95% body sealing expert out of the secret realm." "What? Really?" the sixth prince exclaimed. "Okay, I'll go to resource point number 3 now," Yi Xian said. "Okay, be careful." The sixth prince was a little agitated. A 95% body sealing expert was actually sent out of the secret realm by Yi Xian. Not only that, Yi Xian even occupied resource point number 4. This was beyond the sixth prince's expectations. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian looked at the map and then rushed to resource point number 3, which was the closest to him. Resource point number 4, which was the furthest away, had sent a 95% body sealing expert. This meant that resource point number 3 was probably not the black-robed woman who was suspected to have completed her physique sealing. Yi Xian rushed for more than 10 minutes. With the help of the Eye of Revelation, he quickly found resource point number 3. Unfortunately, resource point number 3 had already been occupied. The other party had already left. However, this did not matter because Yi Xian was only there to scout. He would memorize the way to resource point number 3 and come back to occupy it after midnight. Following that, he headed towards resource point number 2. As expected, resource point number 2 was already occupied. Then Yi Xian went to resource point number 1. Resource points number 1, number 2, and number 3 were all occupied. However, this was within Yi Xian's expectations. This time, he was here to scout. He would memorize the location of the resource points so that it would be easier to find them next time. Just as Yi Xian was about to go back, the Prince Medallion in his arms suddenly lit up. The sixth prince's anxious voice came from it. "Yi Xian, this is bad. You've been eliminated." "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't he go with Yang Qi to occupy the 3 resource points nearby? How did he suddenly get eliminated? "It's the first prince's men. He invaded our territory, but he was eliminated after occupying the resource points," the sixth prince said. Yi Xian frowned. He thought to himself, it's 90% physique sealing, and his movement technique is amazing. To be able to eliminate him, it's at least 95% physique sealing, or even 100% physique sealing. If the first prince sent out 100% physique sealing right from the start, the tempo would be too fast. "Then what should I do now?" Yi Xian asked. "You go back first and help Poison Witch. I'm afraid the first prince will attack directly," the sixth prince said. "All right." At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and charged towards his own territory. 3 hours had already passed, and all 10 resource points were probably occupied. Although it was unknown how many resource points the first prince and the seventh prince had, they ended up with 4. 4 resource points could instantly increase the sixth prince's army by 2,000. At this time, the sixth prince had already divided the 2,000 soldiers into 2 groups to guard the 2 front teeth on the left and right sides. There were now 2,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 deputy generals, and 2 generals in golden armor on each side. Yi Xian couldn't help but admire the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If so many Wolf Fang cavalry were to be deployed on the battlefield, it would be a terrifying battle force. After all, the Wolf Fang cavalry could be reorganized. More than an hour later, Yi Xian returned to the left side of the checkpoint to help Poison Witch. In this situation, It was best to observe the situation first. It was best not to act rashly. The black-robed man that Yi Xian sent out of the secret realm didn't have time to inform the seventh prince. The seventh prince only knew that he had been eliminated, but not by whom. However, Yi Xian guessed that the seventh prince would assume that it was the first prince. After all, there weren't many experts on the sixth prince's side. Unless the seventh prince sent someone to the fourth resource point because of the blue light, Yi Xian guarded the left side of the checkpoint and waited for a few hours. Chapter 788. In another 2 hours, the resource points would respawn. By then, whoever obtained a resource point would instantly gain a large number of troops. However, the neutral zone was too dangerous right now. The sixth prince did not know if someone was lurking around his 3 resource points. Sixth prince, this time, Captain Yang and I will go. We both have the dragon-patterned golden armor, so it won't be easy for us to be eliminated. Yi Xian replied, All right, then you go to number 8, and Yang Qi go to number 10. Once you've occupied number 9, we'll regroup immediately. The sixth prince replied. This time, he chose to be more conservative. He only wanted to occupy 3 resource points. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly left the left checkpoint, while Yang Qi left the right checkpoint. In fact, Yi Xian hoped that someone was lurking around number 8 resource point. That way, he would be able to find them first and send them out of the secret realm. Soon, he arrived at resource point number 8. Just as he expected, there was a person waiting for him here. There's still half an hour before the resource points respawn. Let me deal with you first. Yi Xian did not say anything and quietly sneaked over. Just now, he was eliminated at number 8 resource point. So this person was very likely to be the one who was eliminated. Yi Xian used the darkness to slowly approach. When he was only a kilometer away, he suddenly attacked. Draconic Fortune. Wolf-Tooth Rush. To be safe, Yi Xian blessed his opponent with Draconic Luck. With this attack and a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to catch his opponent off guard. Boom, boom, boom. The giant wolf head smashed through a large number of trees and bit at his opponent. That person was shocked, but before he could react, he was bitten by the giant wolf head. Yi Xian instantly rushed out and slashed with his wolf-tooth sword. Swish! The black-clothed person's arm was directly chopped off. His expression darkened as he forcibly dispersed the wolf-tooth rush with Draconic Luck. Retreat! The black-clothed person did not care about his severed arm and immediately turned to leave. Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the black-clothed person's Ring of Cosmos and devoured it, then quickly chased after him. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Yi Xian roared as he madly attacked. Each of his attacks was blessed with Draconic Luck. Damn it! The black-clothed man cursed angrily because he couldn't even see Yi Xian's shadow. However, he could sense that Yi Xian was only 80% body seal. Even he did not expect that someone with an 80% body seal would be able to defeat someone with a 95% body seal. He's so fast, but it doesn't sound like Yang Qi. Who could it be? The black-garbed man had no idea what was going on. However, he realized that Yi Xian was actually faster than him. Most importantly, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely ferocious, and he had no choice but to use his Draconic Luck to block them. Boom, boom, boom. Their true qi collided, and countless trees were broken. However, just as Yi Xian was about to catch up to him, he suddenly heard a series of noises. This was the Wolf Fang cavalry. What a guy! He actually brought out quite a few Wolf Fang cavalry. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't know if the other party had brought out a saber deputy or a golden armored general. If there was a golden armored general, then it would be troublesome. Humph. So what if there is a golden armored general? I also have the dragon-patterned golden armor. Even if I can't beat him, I can still escape. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and continued to chase. Rumble! Hundreds of Wolf Fang cavalry appeared, and at the same time, 2 saber deputies with 90% body seal appeared. The black-clothed man joined forces with these puppets to counterattack Yi Xian. What a joke! In front of absolute strength, these are all decorations. Yi Xian roared in his heart and attacked crazily. Draconic luck. Firmament splitter. The firmament splitter supported by draconic luck was extremely powerful. One strike could split the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry in half. Even the saber deputies couldn't withstand it and could only be sent flying. This time, the black-clothed man had brought 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 saber deputies. He originally thought that he could take down a resource point, but unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian. It's him. At this moment, the black-clothed man finally realized who was chasing him. It was Yi Xian, who was rewarded with the dragon-patterned golden armor by the 6th prince. What a joke! With the dragon-patterned golden armor. Even if Yi Xian just stood there and let the Wolf Fang cavalry attack him, they probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Go! The black-clothed man didn't care too much. He directly activated the prince's order and controlled the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to surround Yi Xian while he himself escaped. You want to leave? Stay here. Yi Xian was like a sharp knife that directly split the Wolf Fang cavalry apart and went straight for the black-clothed man. Damn it! Seeing that so many Wolf Fang cavalry couldn't stop Yi Xian, the black-clothed man's face sank to the bottom. He suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. Xiao! 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 Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. He slashed out more than 10 times in a second and blocked the black-clothed man's escape route. The black-clothed man had no choice but to turn around and allow Yi Xian to close the distance. The black-clothed man's speed was still considered fast. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have caught up to him. He treated his wounds, gripped his sword tightly, and suddenly turned back. He knew that he probably couldn't escape, so he wanted to cooperate with the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to chase Yi Xian away. However, he underestimated Yi Xian's dragon luck. You want to fight to the death. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian sneered and directly stabbed with his sword. Break for me. The black-clothed man shouted and also slashed with his sword. Boom! The 2 true chis collided and a shockwave swept out. However, Yi Xian was still a level higher. The giant wolf head with a large amount of dragon luck bit into the black-clothed man's body. I have illusion. Firmament fissure. Xiao! A cold light flashed, and the black-clothed man's other arm flew up. Now, he didn't have the ability to break free from the giant wolf head, let alone escape. Looking at the black-clothed man, who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and picked up the prince token. When the prince token fell into Yi Xian's hands, the black-clothed man was already in despair. He knew that he was about to be eliminated. Thank you for your dragon luck. After absorbing the dragon luck in the prince token, Yi Xian directly crushed it. Hua! The black-clothed man turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also recognized him. This person was an expert under the first prince, but he was dressed in black. Because it was night, it was easier to ambush the enemy in black. Although it consumed a lot of dragon luck, the opponent's dragon luck was twice as much. It was a huge gain. Rumble! At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard the commotion behind him. The Wolf Fang cavalry and the long saber deputy general were still charging over. Is it automatically attacking the nearest enemy? Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and directly charged into the enemy. In less than 10 seconds, the 200 over Wolf Fang cavalry and the 2 deputy generals with 90% of their bodies sealed were all destroyed by him. Not only that, he also discovered a secret. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized. Chapter 789. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, it made sense. If they could be reorganized, there would be too many soldiers. However, Yi Xian also knew the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He tried to control the Wolf Fang cavalry, but he couldn't do so. He couldn't absorb them into the devouring space, so he had no choice but to return. This time, the first prince also lost. Not only did he lose 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals, but he also lost a 95% physique sealing expert. Soon, Yi Xian returned to Resource Point 8 and waited patiently. Resource Point 8 was located in a cave in a canyon. The cave flashed with a blue light. When it was midnight, the blue light disappeared. At the same time, the dragon luck pillar appeared again. Yi Xian didn't say anything and absorbed the dragon luck. Then, the platform shone with a blue light again. Occupation successful. Yi Xian, did you manage to occupy Resource Point 8? The 6th prince asked. Yes. Yi Xian replied. Also, I eliminated a 95% physique sealing expert under the first prince. There are also 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals. There was a pause on the other end. Then, the 6th prince said in shock, That's great. Yi Xian, well done. From the start of the battle, Yi Xian had given the 6th prince many surprises. First, he occupied the 7th prince's 4th resource point and eliminated a 95% inscribed physique expert under the 7th prince. Now, he eliminated another 95% inscribed physique expert under the 1st prince. This was unbelievable. Your Highness, I'm going to Resource Point 9 to meet up with Captain Yang. Yi Xian said, and immediately left. Okay, be careful. Reminded the 6th prince again. Although resource points were important, Yi Xian was much more important than them in the current situation. Not long after, Yi Xian rushed from Resource Point 8 to Resource Point 9. Resource Point 9 was empty, so he quickly went to occupy it. Yang Qi hurried over, and the 2 of them met up. Yi Xian, Yang Qi said after seeing Yi Xian, I can't believe you single-handedly took care of 2 95% body sealing experts. Haha, let's hurry back. Yi Xian smiled. The 2 of them rushed toward their own city. Now, the 6th prince had conquered a total of 7 resource points and obtained 3,500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, in addition to the initial 1,500 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry that the 6th prince had exchanged for. They now had a total of 6,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. When Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the right checkpoint, they immediately called for a meeting. Now that all 10 resource points had been occupied, it was possible that someone would attack the city today. However, the 6th prince was still uncertain, so he decided to wait for a day. Guarding for a day did not mean that they would not go out. The 6th prince directly ordered Gu Jian to lead 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 long-blade deputy generals, and 1 golden-armored general out of the city to hide. As for the left checkpoint, there was even less of a need to worry because there was a poisonous array there. There were also 3,000 soldiers there, so it would not be easy to break through. This checkpoint was very peaceful. Yi Xian stayed on the city walls and did not notice anything strange. The 6th prince did not send any news, which meant that the left checkpoint was also safe. However, just as dawn was about to break, Yi Xian suddenly scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found something strange. Someone's there. Yi Xian immediately said. Yang Qi was shocked. He did not know how Yi Xian found out. He looked in the direction Yi Xian was looking, but did not see anything. Captain Yang, I'll go out alone to take a look, Yi Xian said. Be careful. Although Yang Qi was worried, Yi Xian also had the dragon-patterned golden armor and was probably stronger than him. Boom. The right checkpoint's gate suddenly cracked open. Yi Xian walked out and scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There was a person squatting 10,000 meters away from his 11 o'clock. It seemed to be someone from the 7th Prince's side. TSK. Is it a spy? Watch me clear you out of the secret realm. Yi Xian sneered and quickly sneaked over. In the secret realm, one's perception was greatly reduced. Although the other party hid his aura, Yi Xian could use his eye of revelation to locate him. When Yi Xian got closer, he realized that it was not him, but her. It's a woman? Yi Xian was surprised. His eye of revelation could see the internal environment of a person's body, so he could tell that the other party was a woman. Among the 3 factions, besides the poison matriarch, the 7th Prince had a black-robed woman. Moreover, this black-robed woman was the expert suspected to have reached 100% body seal. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly moved. You want to go back after spying? Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly chased after her. At the same time, he took out the prince's order and informed the 6th Prince, asking him to tell Yang Qi to send a golden-armored general over. If the black-robed woman could be sent out of the secret realm, the 7th Prince's side would not be a threat. After all, there were only 7 people left. Yi Xian immediately chased after her. The black-robed woman was very fast, so Yi Xian had to use his full strength. As a result, the other party discovered him. The black-robed woman was surprised. She guessed that Yi Xian was the same as her. He wanted to investigate and bumped into her. In that case, I'll deal with you first. The black-robed woman's eyes flashed. She suddenly took out a black longsword and turned it back. Firmament Fissure. Netherworld Spike. The 2 attacks, enhanced by draconic luck, collided, causing a huge shockwave. Now, even if Yi Xian did not inform the 6th Prince, Yang Qi would have brought people out. You are indeed from the ghost sect. Again, Yi Xian shouted and attacked madly. He had a lot of luck, which was enough for him to use. If he could obtain the luck of the black-robed woman, he would have profited greatly. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 people's true energy collided, causing a huge commotion. Gu Jian, who was guarding outside the city, had received the 6th Prince's orders. Now that he heard the commotion, he immediately brought a golden-armored general over. Boy, you are very strong. Now, I will let you have a taste of this move. The black-robed woman snorted coldly. After thrusting out her sword, she threw out a punch. A purple fist shadow flew towards Yi Xian. Such power! Is this the heaven-shaking fist from the Heavenly Fist Sect's high-grade legacy? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Fortunately, he had already memorized the trajectory of his opponent's true energy with the Eye of Revelation. Ding! Copy of Heaven-Shaking Fist successfully. Learn. Yes. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly answered in his mind. Ding! Host has learned Heaven-Shaking Fist. The system notified. Quasi-Supreme Martial Arts were the transition between Void God Martial Arts and Supreme Martial Arts. Therefore, there was no proficiency level to speak of. Yi Xian directly learned Heaven-Shaking Fist and threw out a punch. Heaven-Shaking Fist. Chapter 790. The 2 purple fist shadows collided. Although there was a huge gap between their realms, Yi Xian still had the King of Fighters' bloodline and strength, so he was not much weaker than his opponent. When the 2 fist shadows dissipated, the black-robed woman was shocked. This was a martial art technique that she had obtained from a high-grade inheritance during the Battle of Draconic Luck. Why did Yi Xian know it too? However, she could not care less. Heavenly fist puppets appear. The black-robed woman revealed another trump card. These were two puppets that she had obtained from the inheritance of the Heavenly Fist sect. Yi Xian suddenly became a 1 versus 3. Humph, I expected this. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He had thought of this when he saw that his opponent was a woman. After all, the sixth prince had given him a piece of information. However, the Heavenly Fist sect restrained him because it was a fist technique that could injure him through the dragon-patterned golden armor. It was not a big deal to injure him, but he was afraid that the prince token would be accidentally broken and he would be eliminated. Therefore, it was better to retreat for the time being. Kid, you must be the sixth prince's trump card. In that case, I'll send you out first. The black-robed woman said with a smile. Then she and the two Heavenly Fist puppets attacked Yi Xian crazily. Yi Xian was beaten back bit by bit. However, from the corner of his eye, he discovered that his reinforcements had arrived. I'll help you, Gu Jian shouted, bringing a golden-armored general with him as he charged over. The black-robed woman's expression changed. When she heard that, Yi Xian alone was difficult enough to deal with. Now that he had a golden-armored general and a 95% body seal expert, she was not a match for them. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Forbidden eye of illusion. The black-robed woman trembled as she was hit by the illusion. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the black-robed woman dispelled the forbidden eye of illusion in an instant. How is this possible? How is her mental state so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He wondered if the gap between their realms was too big. Since the forbidden eye of illusion did not work, he would force her to stay. Firmament Fisher. Yi Xian frantically swung his sword, blocking the black-robed woman's path of retreat. Gu Jian had also arrived and attacked the black-robed woman. At the same time, under his control, he attacked the black-robed woman as well. The black-robed woman's face darkened. She knew that things weren't looking good. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use her trump card, Netherworld Escape. Immediately, the black-robed woman's speed skyrocketed. She immediately abandoned the two Heavenly Fist puppets and fled. Her speed was even faster than that of the golden-armored general and Yi Xian. We can't catch up. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and shouted at Gu Jian, restrain the two Heavenly Fist puppets. Lone Sword was stunned for a moment. He immediately controlled the golden-armored general to block one of the Celestial Fist puppets, while he personally blocked the other one. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and slapped the Heavenly Fist puppet on the top of its head. 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. Yi Xian's consciousness turned into thousands of clones and seeped into the Heavenly Fist puppet, forcibly erasing the black-robed woman's remnant consciousness. Now, the Heavenly Fist puppet was under his control. The Heavenly Fist puppet originally emitted the black-robed woman's aura, but now it was Yi Xian's. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Yi Xian rush to the other Heavenly Fist puppet and forcibly take control of it again. Sensing that the two Heavenly Fist puppets were no longer under her control, the black-robed woman's face turned ashen as she shouted, Brat, I will make you pay for this. This time, she really suffered a double loss. Not only did she consume some draconic luck, but she also lost two Heavenly Fist puppets that were at 95% sealed. What a blunder! You're lucky to have left quickly. Otherwise, I would have eliminated you. Yi Xian coldly snorted. He just happened to see the black-robed woman leave his line of sight. It was impossible to catch up with her. At this moment, Lone Sword asked in shock, You subdued the 2 heavenly fist puppets." "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. Fortunately, the black-robed woman had just received the heavenly fist sex inheritance, so she couldn't control the 2 heavenly fist puppets very well. Thus, he forcibly used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to erase the remnant consciousness. "Amazing," Lone Sword said in admiration. At this moment, Yang Qi also came over with a golden-armored general and asked, "Yi Xian, are you all right?" "I'm fine. That person is the black-robed woman under the 7th prince. I've checked her strength. She's indeed at body seal 100%. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "As expected, she's at body seal 100%. Fortunately, they don't have the dragon-patterned golden armor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them." Yang Qi heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the 2 dumbstruck, heavenly fist puppets and sighed inwardly that Yi Xian was really not an ordinary person. Yi Xian's strength was already very strong. Now that he had 2 heavenly fist puppets that he could store in his interspatial ring, he could do whatever he wanted here. Then Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the city, while Lone Sword continued to wait outside the city with a golden-armored general. After finding out about Yi Xian's gains, the 6th prince was overjoyed. However, he was in the middle of a great battle, so he couldn't leave the main city. Otherwise, he would definitely come over and give Yi Xian a big hug. Originally, he didn't have much confidence, but after this day, his confidence was bursting. The reason for this was because Yi Xian had made several great contributions. This time, he might be able to suppress the 2 princes and become the crown prince. At this moment, outside the secret realm, a group of ministers watched the battle and were in an uproar. The 6th prince really has good foresight. This kid is only at body seal 80%, but he can actually fight against a body seal 100% expert. His future is limitless. Not only that, he even took in the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Did he cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique? Previously, he obtained the Wolf Fang general's inheritance, so it's not surprising that he has the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. It's amazing that he learned it in such a short time. The ministers were full of praise for Yi Xian. Sitting on the dragon throne, the flaming sun emperor narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be very optimistic about Yi Xian. However, the ministers outside could see that there were already 2 large armies gathering and advancing towards the 6th prince. The sky was starting to brighten. Today was the 2nd day after the war started. No one knew if the 7th prince and the eldest prince would make a big move. "Yi Xian, be careful. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen today." The 6th prince's voice came from the prince's command medallion. Yi Xian, who was standing on the city wall, used the Eye of Revelation to scan the area. When he heard this, he replied, "Yes." The 6th prince's main purpose was to guard against the 7th prince. That was why he was assigned to guard the checkpoint on the right. At midnight yesterday, they had taken over 3 resource points. After the war started, they took over 4 more. That was why they had an extra 500 soldiers. Don't underestimate these 500 soldiers. If there was no one guarding the checkpoint, these 500 soldiers would be enough to charge in. Chapter 791. Yi Xian, this is bad. The left checkpoint is under attack. There are at least 5,000 soldiers. Go and help them. The 6th prince exclaimed. What? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 5,000 soldiers? When the battle started, each side had a starting force of 1,500. Even if the first prince had taken over 6 resource points, he would only have 4,500 soldiers in total. However, there were now 5,000 soldiers. This meant that the first prince had used his dragon luck to exchange for a large number of soldiers. After all, They still had to defend their base. I'll go now, Yi Xian immediately replied. However, the next moment, his eye of revelation saw something. He immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted to the sixth prince, "Sixth prince, there are also a large number of Wolf Fang cavalry at the right checkpoint." "What? How many?" the sixth prince asked in shock. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds and then reported, "At least 4,000. Damn it, the first prince and the seventh prince are working together to eliminate me first." The sixth prince immediately reacted. The left checkpoint was under attack by 5,000 soldiers, while the right checkpoint was under attack by 4,000 soldiers. Although both checkpoints had 3,000 soldiers, they were under attack at the same time. "Sixth prince, should we all retreat to the main city?" Yang Qi took out the sixth prince's token and asked. The sixth prince thought for a moment and said, "No, if we lose the two checkpoints, the first prince and the seventh prince can attack at the same time. At that time, all the resource points will be taken. We won't have any chance of winning." Yang Qi, immediately lead a team to the left checkpoint. "I will immediately exchange for some Wolf Fang cavalry to support them." "Yes." Yang Qi did not say anything else and left. "Sixth prince, there are also 4,000 soldiers here. Should we go out and fight?" Yi Xian asked. "I'll give you command of the right checkpoint. You take over." The sixth prince's voice came from the sixth prince's token. Now, Yi Xian was the overall commander of the right checkpoint. It was up to Yi Xian to decide whether to fight or defend. Now that Yang Qi had left, Gu Jian was still waiting outside the city. Only he and Chief Zhuo were left on the city walls. They were just enough to control the two arrow towers. Attacking the city was not that easy. The reason why the seventh prince's team had not attacked yet was because they were afraid of the two arrow towers. "Yi Xian, what do we do now?" Chief Zhuo asked with a frown. "Chief Steward Zhuo, you guard the arrow tower. If they attack, use the arrow tower to attack. I'll go out of the city and meet up with Lone Sword. Then we'll go and spy on the enemy." Yi Xian replied. There were 4,000 soldiers here, representing the seventh prince. Because each prince could only control 2 divisions, there were only 1,000 or so soldiers. "Then be careful," Chief Steward Zhuo reminded. Yi Xian nodded silently. He went down the city wall and left through a secret passage. He first obtained it with Gu Jian, then went alone to spy on the military situation. "I wonder how many golden-armored generals the seventh prince has sent over," Yi Xian guessed as he carefully sneaked over. The golden-armored general was comparable to a physique-sealing realm master. Moreover, it was indestructible. It was almost invincible in the hidden territory. At first, the sixth prince had 3 golden-armored generals. Then, he used his draconic luck to exchange for 2 more. Unfortunately, Yang Qi left with 2 divisions and 1 golden-armored general. The other golden-armored general was with Lone Sword, so there were no more golden-armored generals on the right side of the checkpoint. "There are too many soldiers. It's an advantage for me. Why don't I go and harass them first?" Yi Xian planned. Of course, this was assuming that the enemy did not have a large number of experts. He snuck over and scanned with his eye of revelation. Sure enough, there were 4 living people. "That black-robed woman is here too. The other 3 don't look strong. They're at most 90% physique-sealing realm masters. However, they brought 3 golden-armored generals. Are they here for revenge?" Yi Xian's heart trembled. The black-robed woman was at physique-sealing realm. The 3 golden-armored generals were also at physique-sealing realm. There's no other way. I can only try. Yi Xian was also helpless. Even if the sixth prince exchanged for a large number of soldiers, it would still take some time for them to arrive. It would be difficult to defend for more than an hour. If the 4,000 soldiers launched an all-out attack, it would take more than half an hour. Therefore, Yi Xian could only set an example and try to harass the enemy. Kill! Yi Xian immediately drew his wolf Fang sword. Draconic Fortune of the Universe. Firmament Fissure. His attack, enhanced by draconic luck, pierced through the air and instantly cut the 80% physique ceiling realm masters in half. In just a second, Yi Xian destroyed more than 10 Wolf Fang cavalry soldiers. What? The black-robed woman, who was waiting for the order to attack, was shocked. She immediately understood that the enemy had sent someone to harass them. Find them! The black-robed woman shouted. At the same time, she flew out and controlled a golden-armored general to rush in the direction of the commotion. Perception was greatly reduced in the secret realm. Therefore, the black-robed woman could not accurately pinpoint Yi Xian's location. She could only rely on the direction of her attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was harassing them without any rules. His plan was to kill as many people as he could. That black-robed woman is here. Good. Heavenly Fist puppets. Yi Xian released 2 Heavenly Fist puppets that he had just subdued. In fact, he was very reluctant to do so, but this time he had no choice but to sacrifice them. The 2 Heavenly Fist puppets directly charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry army. Meanwhile, Yi Xian quietly left. His target was not the black-robed woman, but the other 3 controllers. As long as one of them was sent out of the secret realm, the army of 4,000 would be reduced to 3,000. The other 1,000 could only watch as no one controlled them. As Yi Xian ran, he used his insightful eye to observe. As expected, the black-robed woman was attracted. A physique-sealing realm master has left. The other 3 don't look strong. One of them is my old friend, Xia Yuni. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the first round of the Battle of Draconic Luck, Xia Yuni was crippled by him and then kicked out of the secret realm. After that, Xia Yuni received treatment and recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he also broke through to 90% physique ceiling realm. However, he was still vulnerable in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly sneaked over. He glanced at the black-robed woman in the distance and then suddenly attacked. Draconic Luck, Firmament Splitter. Several powerful attacks pierced through the air. Xia Yuni was startled. By the time he reacted, the attacks were already in front of him. Now that Yi Xian was at 80% physique ceiling realm and had a large amount of draconic luck, even if Xia Yuni broke through to 90% physique ceiling realm, he was still not his match. Fortunately, there were 2 long saber generals in front of Xia Yuni who were at 90% physique ceiling realm. After Yi Xian's attack split the 2 long saber generals in half, its power was less than half when it reached Xia Yuni. Chapter 792. Bam! Although the attack was less than half done, it still caused a lot of trouble for Xia Yuni. His hands were numb from the impact. At the same time, he recognized the attack. However, he did not associate the person who killed his grandson with the person who attacked him. After all, the person who killed his grandson was only at 45% physique ceiling level. He was as weak as an ant. Whoosh whoosh. Xia Yuni was sent flying, but he quickly controlled one of the golden-armored generals to rush towards Yi Xian. What a pity that I didn't eliminate him directly. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He quickly moved away from the spot. This time, the 7th Prince's team brought 4 golden-armored generals. If he was surrounded, he would be in danger. Hence, he had to resort to guerrilla warfare. At the same time, the moment Xia Yuni stabilized himself, a voice came from his prince token. Attack! The voice belonged to the 7th Prince. He gave the order to attack the city at the same time to the black-robed woman and the others. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also heard it. They're attacking? He raised an eyebrow and quickly launched an attack. Even if he could not stop the entire army, he had to reduce some of them. The black-robed woman, who was about to cause trouble for the two heavenly fist puppets, stopped in her tracks when she heard the order. She immediately controlled the army to advance. However, even if she did not receive the order, she knew that she had been lured away. More than 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry charged madly towards the right checkpoint. Sixth Prince, the right checkpoint is attacking. Yi Xian quickly took out his prince token and reported, "All right." The sixth prince replied. Yi Xian's prince token could not be used by others. It had to go through the sixth prince. The sixth prince received the news and immediately notified Gu Jian and Chief Steward Zhua. A huge battle broke out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already avoided the army. He circled around and attacked from the back. His attacks were very fierce. Every time he attacked, he would cut several Wolf-Fang cavalry in half. The Wolf-Fang cavalry in the secret realm could not be reassembled. One kill meant one less. Chief Steward Xia, find that kid. I'll attack the city. The black-robed woman shouted. All right. Xia Yuni replied. He also understood that the people who came to disturb them this time were very powerful, so he deliberately left behind a golden armored general and two long-blade deputy generals. However, in order to be safe, Yi Xian had already made a detour to the two heavenly fist puppets. He immediately put them away, and then quickly concealed himself. Damn it, that brat ran away. This was Xia Yuni's first thought, but he didn't care so much. He directly led the golden armored general and the Wolf-Fang cavalry to charge forward. Yi Xian was only here to harass them. There was no need for him to be so calculative. Attacking the city was more important. As long as they broke through a checkpoint, the seventh prince would be able to move freely. Ignoring me and going to attack the city, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The defensive power of the formation on the city gate was not bad. With the addition of Chief Zhua's arrow tower, they should be able to hold on for a while. What he needed to do now was to clear the people out. At that moment, he stealthily approached Xia Yuni, who was lagging behind, and summoned the two heavenly fist puppets again. Kill! Yi Xian and the two puppets attacked from the rear. Ka! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These were the sounds of the Wolf-Fang cavalry being cut in half by Yi Xian. Behind, Xia Yuni had also guessed that Yi Xian would attack from the rear, so he had the golden armored general follow behind him while he hid behind the Wolf-Fang cavalry. The black-robed woman and the other three golden armored generals were already charging towards the right checkpoint. If they worked together, who knew how long the city gate would last? Thus, Yi Xian had to be dealt with quickly. Old man, you gave me a good beating that day. Now, I'm going to collect some interest. Yi Xian controlled the two heavenly fist puppets and quickly broke through. His speed was so fast that Xia Yuni was stunned. Stop them! Xia Yuni controlled the golden armored general to meet them. However, Yi Xian immediately controlled the two heavenly fist puppets to block them, while he himself attacked Xia Yuni. A mere 90% sealed physique. Get out of here! Yi Xian shouted. A sword beam and a purple fist shadow blasted towards Xia Yuni at almost the same time. Xia Yuni's expression was gloomy. He did not have the ability to block these two attacks. Boom! The sword beam sent him flying, while the purple fist shadow smashed right in front of him. The prince's token shattered, and he was sent flying out of the mystic realm. At this moment, he also saw the Wolf-Fang sword in Yi Xian's hand and confirmed Yi Xian's identity. There were still hundreds of Wolf-Fang cavalry around Xia Yuni, but without the prince's token's control, they would only attack the nearest person. Go! Yi Xian did not care too much. He directly sent the defenseless golden-armored general flying, then recalled the heavenly fist puppets and quickly disappeared into the forest. The army of 4,000 was now down to 3,000. At the same time, the black-robed woman and 2 others had already rushed to the city gate, but Gu Jian swept out before them and intercepted them, preventing them from attacking the city gate. On the city wall, Chief Steward Zhuo looked at the densely packed figures under his command and controlled the arrow tower to attack crazily. Pooh! 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 The arrow tower swept wildly, shooting out dozens of arrows with extremely strong penetrative power in 1 second. These arrows could easily pierce through the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry. Seeing the Wolf Fang cavalry crumble one by one, the black-robed woman was shocked. She did not expect the arrow tower to be so powerful. It could probably take out at least 10 Wolf Fang cavalry in 1 second. You guys, give me control of the golden armored general. I will go and blast open the city gate. The black-robed woman shouted. At this moment, there were still 3 golden armored generals, including the black-robed woman. There were 400% sealed physique masters. Although the city gate's array was powerful under the joint attack of 400% sealed physique masters, it would probably be broken in less than 5 seconds. Not good. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face fell. He immediately informed the 6th prince to let Gu Jian enter through the secret passage and take control of the arrow tower. There were a total of 2 city gates, so they had about 10 to 15 seconds to open the gates. Before that, Yi Xian had to clear out the Wolf Fang cavalry as quickly as possible. Found him, he's over there. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately released 2 heavenly fist puppets. His target this time was still a person who had 90% sealed physique. This person's golden armored general had been taken away by the black-robed woman, so his defense was too weak. Yi Xian directly rushed in like a sharp knife. Leave the item and scram. Facing the murderous god Yi Xian, this person did not have the ability to change hands. He had his arm chopped off, and the prince's token shattered. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. However, his mission had been completed. Even if he was chased out, the Wolf Fang cavalry would take the initiative to attack the surrounding enemies. Chapter 793. Yi Xian quickly took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, the items in the interspatial ring could not help him break through. If that's the case, that's all I can do. In this situation, Yi Xian had only one option, and that was to break through. Only by breaking through would he be able to face 4 body seal experts by himself. Right now, other than the extra dragon-patterned golden armor, his most precious things were the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Although the dragon-patterned golden armor was precious, he had no other choice. He immediately devoured the dragon-patterned golden armor. Not enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly rushed over and devoured the 2 sky fist puppets as well. Ding! The host has broken through, currently at 85% body seal. His realm had increased again. Yi Xian was able to fight the black-robed woman to a draw. Now that he had broken through, it should be no problem for him to defeat the black-robed woman. Haha, don't even think about attacking the city. Yi Xian roared, and the Wolf Fang cavalry that were pouncing on him were sent flying. Complete annihilation. Yi Xian was no longer afraid of anyone. He charged directly at the black-robed woman. What? The black-robed woman, who was controlling the 3 golden-armored generals to charge forward, suddenly felt something. She turned her head to look and discovered that Yi Xian was charging straight towards her. The Wolf Fang cavalry and the deputy general that were blocking the way were all easily dealt with by Yi Xian. However, the black-robed woman had already broken through the encirclement and reached the city gates. Her mission this time was to break through the checkpoint. As long as she could break through this checkpoint, it would be fine even if all the Wolf Fang cavalry were killed. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through, it would not be so easy to break through the checkpoint. Draconic Fortune, Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian launched an attack at the black-robed woman. Nether Spike. The black-robed woman turned around and stabbed with her sword. Bang! The two chi collided, and the shock wave disintegrated the Wolf Fang cavalry around them. My Eye of Illusion was useless against you back then. Now that I've broken through, have a taste of it. Yi Xian glared at him. The Eye of Illusion could be activated as long as one could see the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the black-robed woman's body trembled slightly. Although she had been on guard previously, she did not know how Yi Xian had attacked her, so she was hit again. All right, Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian thrust out his sword, and a giant wolf head pounced over, biting the black-robed woman. The interspatial ring is mine. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over. Facing such a vicious woman, he would not show mercy. He immediately slashed out with his sword and chopped off the black-robed woman's wrist. At the same time, the three golden-armored generals surrounded him and began to attack him. The golden-armored generals were comparable to physique-sealing realm masters, but Yi Xian also had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the three golden-armored generals were no threat to him. 4 directions extermination. Get lost! Yi Xian suddenly unleashed a blast of energy around him, forcing the 3 golden-armored generals to take 2 steps back. Then, he thrust his sword at the black-robed woman. The Eye of Revelation could not only see the environment in the black-robed woman's body, but also detect objects with spiritual energy, such as the prince's token. At the same time, when Yi Xian thrust his sword, the black-robed woman came to her senses. She looked at the sword and immediately used her trump card. Nether Walk. The black-robed woman dodged the attack and immediately ran away while sticking close to the wall. This move again. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This martial art was too strange. The black-robed woman used this move to escape the last time. However, he had learned his lesson this time. He directly used the Eye of Revelation and the Devouring System to copy the information into the Devouring System. Ding! Copy of Netherwalk successfully. Learn. Yes, Yi Xian replied. Now that he had this martial art, it would not be a problem for him to catch up with the black-robed woman. However, just as he was about to give chase, he thought of a problem. If he left, the 3 golden-armored generals would definitely break into the city. When that happened, the 3 golden-armored generals would charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. Then, the gate of the checkpoint would not be able to be closed. At the same time, the 7th prince would be able to leave the main city and move freely. The 1st prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and even the 4th prince, who did not make it into the top 3, had already achieved 100% physique sealing. They were very powerful, and it would be troublesome if they were released so easily. After all, the 6th prince was the one who broke into the checkpoint, not the 7th prince. Humph, I'll let you go this time. Yi Xian finally decided to guard the checkpoint and not chase after the black-robed woman. He quickly took off the black-robed woman's interspatial ring and checked it. The Saintess of the Nether Sect. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No wonder the 7th prince had so many elites supporting him. It turned out that he had a Saintess with him. However, if the Saintess was already at 100% physique sealing, then the sect leader should be at least at 100% physique sealing as well. He just did not know where the sect leader of the ghost cult was. Yi Xian did not care too much. He looked at the two armies fighting outside and quickly rushed out. The golden armored generals may be powerful, but they are not indestructible. Yi Xian thought to himself, if the golden armored generals were indestructible, then why would they need the Wolf Fang cavalry to attack the city? They could just use their draconic luck to exchange for the golden armored generals. Why would they need so many soldiers? Firmament Fissure, Skyquake Fist, Nether Spike. Yi Xian grabbed a golden armored general and pressed it against the city wall, attacking it madly. The other two golden armored generals were also attacking him, but he took their attacks head-on. In 3 seconds, the golden armored general endured countless attacks. After 3 seconds, it finally collapsed. Then, Yi Xian spent some time dismantling the other two golden armored generals. Then, he charged into the enemy army. Yi Xian, how is the checkpoint on the right? The sixth prince's voice sounded. It's defended. The seventh prince lost 3 golden armored generals. Yi Xian replied. At this point, he had already dismantled 3 golden armored generals. The 4th golden armored general was still in the forest, tens of thousands of meters away. Because there were no enemies, they just stood there. What? The 6th prince was shocked again. Yi Xian actually dismantled 3 golden armored generals. This was too amazing. The 6th prince had used his draconic luck to exchange for the golden armored generals. The amount of draconic luck he used to exchange for the golden armored generals had made his heart ache for a long time. He did not expect that the golden armored generals could only be dismantled in front of Yi Xian. Your Highness, I suggest that we immediately attack the 7th prince. Yi Xian hurriedly said, All right, you will still be in command of the checkpoint on the right. The 6th prince immediately agreed. Understood, Yi Xian replied, and continued to attack the Wolf Fang cavalry. At this moment, his eye of revelation suddenly swept across a person. It was the last person on the 7th prince's side. Chapter 794. You want to run? Stay. Yi Xian controlled his only golden armored general and charged forward. Not long after, his opponent turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. The 7th prince's side had lost 1 person in the first round. When they entered the 3rd round, there were only 9 people left. Then, when Yi Xian took over the resource point, there were only 8 people left. Now, other than the black-robed woman, the other 3 were all cleared out of the secret realm. Therefore, the 7th prince's side only had 4 people left. This was a good opportunity for a counterattack. Without a leader, the Wolf Fang cavalry was like a sheet of loose sand. In less than a minute, they were completely annihilated by Yi Xian. Speaking of which, it was strange that the black-robed woman did not take the golden armored general with her. She was probably scared out of her wits and ran with all her might. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you too defend the city. I will lead 1,000 soldiers to attack the 7th prince. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you too defend the city. I will attack the city alone. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. Yi Xian immediately left. This time, the 7th prince had lost 4,000 soldiers and 3 members. It was a great loss. This was a good opportunity to beat the dog while it was down. With Yi Xian's current realm, he would probably be able to break through the city gate in 10 seconds. Then, he would charge into the main palace and destroy the dragon pillar. After leaving the right checkpoint, he used the netherworld escape that he had just learned and rushed toward the 7th prince's main city. The nether escape was a quasi-supreme martial art that focused one's true chi on the feet. Although it was impossible to attack while running, it was very good for running. Yi Xian single-handedly led the entire battle. Not only did he annihilate 4,000 soldiers, but he also destroyed the golden-armored generals. He was a monster. A monster, a monster. Although the golden-armored generals are not controlled by anyone, it is not so easy to destroy them. He actually destroyed 4 golden-armored generals. I'm afraid that only the 3 princes can fight against him now. Looking at his route, it seems like he's going to the 7th prince's territory. Is he planning to attack the 7th prince? He's really powerful. He single-handedly stopped 4,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry. Now that he's going to attack the city alone, I feel like the other 2 gatekeepers are useless. The 7th prince and the eldest prince teamed up to eliminate the 6th prince, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to hold on to one of the checkpoints. I'm afraid the 6th prince won't win. The ministers continued to discuss. However, even the emperor didn't know when the 7th prince and the eldest prince had teamed up. Could it be that they had discussed this before entering the secret territory? 6th prince, how's the checkpoint on the left? On the way to the 7th prince's territory, Yi Xian took out the prince medallion and asked. It's not good, the 6th prince said, but in the next moment he exclaimed, Not good. The gate on the left has been breached. What? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If the left gate was breached, then things would be troublesome. The eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar. That way, the gate wouldn't be able to be closed, and the eldest prince would be able to move freely. After receiving the news from the poison matriarch, the 6th prince immediately ordered the poison matriarch to absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar and bring everyone back to the main city. The left checkpoint couldn't be taken anymore. With one of his front teeth broken, the eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main city. Not only that, but the eldest prince also ordered Yang Qi to head to the main city to guard it, because the eldest prince was going to personally lead the battle. 6th prince, should I return? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. No need. Once the poison matriarch destroys the soaring dragon pillar, I will be able to leave the main city. At that time, I will teach these people a lesson. The 6th prince said angrily. The one that had been broken through was the 1st prince, and the one who had broken through this barrier was the 1st prince. Thus, both he and the 1st prince could move freely. However, the eldest prince was still far away in his main city, so the 6th prince was waiting for the poison matriarch. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would immediately head to the left checkpoint and join the battle. 6th prince, if I break through one of the 7th prince's checkpoints, the 7th prince will be able to move freely. At that time, he will join forces with the eldest prince. Won't our main city be in danger? Yi Xian asked. No, they don't have many experts left. Given your strength, if you can breach the checkpoint, then you have the ability to breach the main city. Once the checkpoint is breached, he will be able to move freely, but he won't dare to leave the main city. The sixth prince replied, "Since that's the case, I will attack the city at full speed." Yi Xian couldn't care less and headed straight for the seventh prince's territory. With his strength, only the three princes would be able to stop him in the entire area of the siege battle. However, the seventh prince's attack on the right checkpoint failed, so he couldn't move freely. Hence, Yi Xian could at least take down one checkpoint. At the same time, at the left checkpoint, boom, with a loud sound, the soaring dragon pillar on the left checkpoint of the sixth prince's camp was destroyed by the poison matriarch. Then, the poison matriarch led her men and the golden-armored general to escape, leaving the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalrymen behind to block the enemy's advance. Sixth prince, you can move freely now. The moment the soaring dragon pillar collapsed, the sixth prince heard a voice. It was Eunuch Wu's voice. At that moment, he directly charged out of the main city and charged towards the left checkpoint. His speed was much faster than Yi Xian's, who was currently using the Netherworld escape. This was an existence that was almost invincible amongst half-step sovereigns. Chapter 795. After the left checkpoint was breached, the first prince's army chased after the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry. When the 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry were wiped out, the first prince's army retreated, leaving the sixth prince with nothing to show for it. They retreated as expected. They're saving up their strength. Next time, we'll launch an all-out attack. The sixth prince gritted his teeth in anger. With one of his two front teeth missing, the enemy would be able to pass through this checkpoint and come and go as they pleased. The other front tooth would probably be pulled out soon as well. This was bad news. Right now, the sixth prince could only pray that Yi Xian's attack would succeed. At that time, the seventh prince would be pinned down by Yi Xian, while the sixth prince could focus on dealing with the first prince. An hour later, Yi Xian, who was using the nether escape to travel, finally arrived in front of the seventh prince's checkpoint. He scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found that there were only two people on this checkpoint. That black-robed woman didn't come back. Is she afraid that I'll kill her halfway and then go to the other checkpoint? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but it didn't matter. The arrow towers are powerful, but they haven't discovered me yet. I can charge straight to the city gates. With that thought, Yi Xian charged out. Firmament Splitter, Netherworld Spike, Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian also used all of his killing moves. When the formation on the city gate was attacked, a loud, rumbling sound immediately rang out. Someone's attacking the city. The two people on the city walls cried out in alarm. But when they poked their heads out, they found that there was only one person attacking the city. It's him. Quick, inform the seventh prince. The two of them recognized Yi Xian. After all, they had just received news from the seventh prince that their side had suffered a crushing defeat. But it was useless to inform the seventh prince because the dragon pillar was not destroyed. The seventh prince could only watch over the main city and not come out. First, destroy the first checkpoint, then go around to the second checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. This was Yi Xian's plan. As long as they went around it, they would be able to reach the main hall where the dragon soaring pillar was located. The reason why the first prince's army didn't go was probably because they wanted to leave this checkpoint to the seventh prince. It could also be because the sixth prince had already killed his way out. The first prince was afraid that the sixth prince would kill all of his soldiers, so he retreated. Boom! Amidst a loud sound, Yi Xian spent 6 seconds to break through a city gate. The formation on the city gate was stronger than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. He only needed to spend another 6 seconds to break through the second city gate. Not good. He broke through the city gate. Let's go. The two warriors on the city wall immediately left. This checkpoint did not even have a single golden armored general, only 2 long saber deputy generals. Even the Wolf Fang cavalry only had 500 men. How could they defend it? Boom! 6 seconds later, the second gate collapsed as well. Yi Xian charged into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroyed the dragon pillar. Sixth Highness, we've broken through a checkpoint. Yi Xian hurriedly reported to the 6th Prince. Good. I'll leave the other checkpoint to you. The 6th Prince replied. Without further ado, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the 7th Prince's other checkpoint. As long as 2 of the 7th Prince's front teeth were destroyed, the 7th Prince would not dare to leave even if he could. Dare to leave? Be careful of the main city being ambushed. Yi Xian believed that he was fast enough, but before that, he had to send the 7th Prince's 2 subordinates out of the secret realm first. With the Eye of Revelation, he found a secret passage in the checkpoint and dealt with the 2 experts who had reached 85% body seal realm. Meanwhile, in the 7th Prince's main city, 7th Highness, you can now move freely. Eunuch Wu's voice fell into the 7th Prince's ears. How could this be? That damned Yi Xian defeated my 4,000-strong army all by himself and even broke through my checkpoint. Just who is he? The 7th Prince muttered to himself. Although he really wanted to rush out, find Yi Xian, and beat him up, he did not dare. What if Yi Xian was different from what he thought? What if Yi Xian didn't go to the other checkpoint and instead hid around the main city and suddenly attacked the city when he was out? Once the main city's soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would be eliminated. Damn it, I only have 3 people I can use now. The 7th Prince cursed. He had lost 1 person in the first checkpoint, so he only had 9 people left in the 3rd checkpoint. One of the resource points had been ambushed by Yi Xian, and 3 of the 4,000-strong army had been lost in the siege. Now that the 2 guarding the city had been eliminated, including the black-robed woman, he only had 3 people he could use. 3 people, at most, could control 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Including the 7th Prince himself, it would only be 5,000. At this time, after sending the 7th Prince's 2 people out of the secret territory, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the 7th Prince's other front tooth. As a precaution, the 7th Prince had ordered the 2 people above to retreat to the main city. Now, the checkpoint was an empty city. Therefore, Yi Xian easily destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now that the 7th Prince's 2 front teeth had been removed, he could only stay in the main city and defend it. 6th Prince, both checkpoints have been destroyed. Yi Xian reported again. Good, we have now withdrawn our troops to the main city. You can stay in the wilderness and wait for orders, the 6th Prince replied. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now, he analyzed the situation. On the eldest prince's side, they had only lost 1 person. Both checkpoints were still there, but because they had destroyed one of the 6th Prince's checkpoints, he could move freely. On the 7th Prince's side, both checkpoints had been destroyed, so he could only defend the main city. Although the 6th Prince had only lost 1 checkpoint, he had gathered his troops and retreated to the main city. All in all, the eldest prince had the greatest advantage. Now, they could only wait and see. They could only wait for the resource site to spawn at midnight. The eldest prince has too much of an advantage. I'll go to his side and scout. If I see anyone traveling alone, I'll send them out. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then rushed to the 6th resource point that the 1st prince occupied before the resource point was refreshed. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. You're the only one outside. Since the eldest prince has broken through our checkpoints, he can personally take action. The 6th prince reminded him. Now, he could only rely on Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian could reduce the eldest prince's troops, they would have a fighting chance. It was close to midnight, but there was no one at the 6th resource site. This made Yi Xian feel strange. Could it be that the eldest prince has sent people to the seventh prince and sixth prince's resource sites? Yi Xian guessed, but at this moment, a figure entered his line of sight. Someone had finally arrived. He doesn't look strong. Kill him first. Chapter 796. The other party had not noticed Yi Xian yet. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! The person was shocked. He turned around and saw a giant wolf head pouncing at him with its mouth wide open. However, just as he was about to retaliate, Eye of Illusion! Yi Xian glared at the other party. The other party fell into an illusion and was bitten by the giant wolf, head made of true qi. The excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately attacked. One attack was responsible for cutting off the other party's hand, while the other was responsible for shattering the prince's token. Rip. Crack. The man in black was pierced through together with the prince's token. He turned into a streak of white light and flew out of the secret realm, leaving behind half of his arm. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring. What's going on? He's from the Nether cult too? Yi Xian was shocked. The person he attacked earlier was on the first prince's side, but he also had the token from the Nether cult. What was going on? Could it be that the Nether cult was not only supporting the seventh prince, but also the first prince? No wonder the first prince and the seventh prince are working together. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. Now, there were only 8 people on the first prince's side. He immediately occupied this resource point and rushed to the next one to see if he could find a second person. Unfortunately, the second resource point had already been occupied. Yi Xian did not see anyone. Forget it. I'll give up on this resource point. With my level, it doesn't matter how many Wolf Fang cavalrymen there are. Yi Xian decided to give up and went straight to the first prince's checkpoint. What he needed to do now was to scout the situation and see how many people were guarding the checkpoint. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the first prince's checkpoint. He scanned it with his eye of revelation. There were 3 people guarding this checkpoint. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed that there were 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 golden armored generals at this checkpoint. They aren't very strong, but I wonder if the first prince is among the 3. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His eye of revelation could see through a person's body, but he could only tell if the person was a man or a woman. However, in the next moment, he reacted. The first prince isn't among the 3. That's because the Sunflame Imperial family cultivates the Heavenly Imperial technique and conceal the draconic fate in their bodies. Since my insightful, I can see the circulating true qi. I can definitely see the draconic fate as well. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the enormous amount of draconic luck in the 6th prince's body. So he deduced that the first prince was not among the 3. Since that was the case, he would try to attack the city. 6th Highness, I'm currently at one of the Crown Prince's checkpoints. I feel like I can give it a try. Should I attack? Yi Xian asked. The first prince can move freely now, and his strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than me. Be careful. The 6th prince reminded. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately charged out. Under the night sky, and with his extreme speed, he was already in front of the city gates before the other party noticed him. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian began to attack the city gates. Not good. Someone is attacking the city. The people on the city walls reacted, but it was useless. Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds to break through a city gate. Boom. One of the city gates collapsed. Although the people on the city walls wanted to control the arrow towers, they couldn't shoot at the city gates, so they could only watch. Go, let's retreat quickly. When the three people on the city walls saw Yi Xian destroy a city gate in 6 seconds, they were scared witless. If the two generals worked together to attack the city gates, they would need at least 10 seconds. However, Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds. Boom! The second city gate collapsed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and killed his way into the secret passage, kicking the 3 first princes' subordinates out of the secret realm. After that, he went to destroy the soaring dragon pillar. If the soaring dragon pillar at the checkpoint was not destroyed, the city gate could be repaired. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wouldn't give it a chance to repair. Crack! Yi Xian slashed the soaring dragon pillar with his sword, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Now, the first prince had one of his front teeth pulled out. Although he could move freely, he was probably on his way to the main city. Sixth prince, we've broken through the checkpoint. Yi Xian reported. That's great. The sixth prince was surprised and delighted. Yi Xian had brought him too many surprises. If not for Yi Xian, he would have been eliminated from this siege. Sixth prince, I'll go to the first prince's main city to take a look, Yi Xian said. He had the Eye of Revelation, which was very useful for spying. If the first prince wasn't in the main city, he wouldn't mind attacking alone. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, the first prince would be eliminated, and the rest would be simple. At the same time, in the imperial palace outside the secret realm. This kid is really daring. How does he know that the first prince isn't in the checkpoint? Maybe he's just trying his luck. After all, the sixth prince has retreated to the main city. If the first prince's checkpoint isn't broken, the first prince can wander around and put a lot of pressure on the sixth prince. Oh, he's going to the main city. Is he going to defeat the first prince in one fell swoop? I don't think so. Although the first prince isn't here, there are still experts and 5 golden-armored generals in the main city. This kid probably won't be able to break through. Not necessarily. The first prince is in danger this time. If the checkpoint is broken through, the first prince will be eliminated. The ministers were still discussing. Now, the siege battle had reached its climax. The 3 princes could move freely, but they didn't dare to go out recklessly. The only first prince who was wandering outside was the first prince. Yi Xian had broken through the checkpoint and rushed straight to the main city, so he was also rushing back at full speed. In fact, when he found out that the expert with the 95% physique seal level had been eliminated, he realized that something was wrong. Therefore, when Yi Xian broke through the checkpoint, he was also about to reach the next checkpoint. However, Yi Xian still rushed ahead of the first prince and arrived in front of the first prince's main city. He scanned with the Eye of Revelation and found that there were only 3 people inside. He had killed 2 of the first prince's subordinates in the wilderness and 3 more at the checkpoint. Logically speaking, there should be 5 people left. However, there were only 3 people in the main city, which meant that there were 2 people outside, probably at the other checkpoint. Fortunately, Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation didn't look at people with draconic luck. In other words, the first prince wasn't here. Since he wasn't in the main city, things would be easier. Chapter 797. If the eldest prince isn't here, then this is a good opportunity. Among the 3 factions, the eldest prince is the strongest. If we can eliminate him, then the 6th prince will definitely win. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, but he still asked for the 6th prince's opinion. Although the 6th prince did not understand how Yi Xian was so sure that the eldest prince was not in the main city, he chose to believe him. After receiving the 6th prince's approval, Yi Xian's morale soared. This time, he was going to attack the main city. Come on! Yi Xian shouted in his mind as he charged toward the main city's gates. The main city's gates were much stronger than the gates of the checkpoints, but Yi Xian knew that he would be able to break in if given enough time. Firmament Fissure, Skyquake Fist, Nether Spike. Before Yi Xian even got close, he had already launched a frenzied attack. When the loud noise echoed, the gatekeepers on the main city's walls noticed Yi Xian. Someone's attacking the city. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly notified the eldest prince with their prince tokens. However, the eldest prince was still on his way, so they had to defend the main city. The main city could not be breached, or the eldest prince would be eliminated. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black on the main city's walls had a dark expression. He thought to himself, "Is this the brat that our leader warned us to be careful of? Why does this brat know the nether spike of our nether spike?" He could not figure it out, but he did not care. He turned around and said, "The two of you stay here. I'll bring the 5 golden armored generals to deal with this brat." With that, he turned around and left. There were still 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This time, he brought all of them with him. Yi Xian was still attacking the city gate, but at this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared from the side. Have they come out of the main city's secret passage? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was shocked to find that 5 of the 6 figures were golden armored generals. The last human was also at 100% physique ceiling. Now, it was 1 against 6. Good timing. Yi Xian shouted. These 6 physique ceiling experts were the main city's last fighting force. As long as they were taken care of, the eldest prince would lose. "Brat, stop it!" The middle-aged man in black shouted as he stabbed his sword at Yi Xian. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and Yi Xian easily dodged it. However, he recognized this move. Nether Spike. As I thought so, the eldest prince is related to the Nether Spike. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly opened wide as he retaliated. Whoosh! It's Nether Spike. Estes Nether Spikes STS. Although the black-clothed, middle-aged man didn't understand how Yi Xian learned the Netherworld Thorn, it wasn't the time to care about this right now. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print smashed towards Yi Xian. It seemed that the power of the palm print was even stronger than the Heavenly Fist Sect's inheritance, the Heaven-Shaking Fist. Ding! Copy of the Netherworld Palm successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! Host has learned the Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately followed up with a palm strike. Nether Spike. Boom! The 2 huge palm prints collided and then dissipated one after another. What? You even know the Nether Spike? The middle-aged man in black was shocked again. Meanwhile, the 5 golden armored generals surrounded Yi Xian and slashed their swords at Yi Xian. Humph! Soulless puppets, get lost! 4 directions annihilation. With a series of crisp sounds, the 5 golden armored generals were all forced back several steps by the powerful impact. In this situation, Yi Xian actually had 3 choices. First, he could capture the leader and clear the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm. Second, he could kill the 5 golden armored generals. Third, he could destroy the array on the city gate while fighting. Yi Xian thought for a while and made his decision. The middle-aged man in black was only slightly stronger than the woman in black, and the 5 golden armored generals were no threat to him. After all, he was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, so he decided to break the city gate first. Dragon Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian attacked the city gate while dodging the middle-aged man's attacks. As long as the city gate was broken, he would not need to fight the 5 body seal masters. He could just rush in and destroy the soaring dragon pillars. Damn brat, go and guard the gate. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his mind and immediately sent 2 golden-armored generals to guard the city gate. However, this was of no use. Although the city gate was important, the golden-armored generals would still be destroyed in this siege. So Yi Xian could only carry out the second and third plan at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 golden-armored generals stood guard outside the city gates. Facing Yi Xian's attacks, they found it difficult to defend. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Attacks would still land on the city gates and destroy the city protection array. Bastard, the eldest prince will be back soon. If you have the guts, continue. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard that. He did not know if the middle-aged man was telling the truth. Now that the main city was under attack, the eldest prince was definitely on his way back. He just did not know when he would arrive. The middle-aged man might be bluffing when he said that. But if the eldest prince really did come back, he would be like a cornered beast. Although the eldest prince was also a body seal master, the imperial family members all cultivated the heavenly imperial technique. The heavenly imperial technique was a paragon martial technique, and its combat power was outstanding. Coupled with the dragon fortune, he was no match for it. If he was forced out of the secret realm, the 6th prince would definitely lose. Humph, I don't believe it. With victory in sight, Yi Xian decided to take a gamble. If he could get rid of the eldest prince, the victory would belong to the 6th prince. Damn it, this kid is not doing anything. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his heart. He did not know where the eldest prince was and how long it would take for him to arrive. He was also afraid that he would not be able to defend the main city. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The eye of illusion. The middle-aged man in black was thinking about something else and was instantly immersed in the illusion. But his mental state was extremely high, and he immediately reacted. This middle-aged man is stronger than the saintess of the Nether cult. Could he be the leader of the Nether cult? Yi Xian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw the eye of illusion disappear in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to end the battle with the eye of illusion, but he did not expect it to be dispelled in an instant. It seemed that he could only continue to attack. Rumble! Loud sounds echoed as Yi Xian dodged and attacked at the same time. A few seconds later, Kacha, one of the golden-armored generals guarding the city gate, suddenly disintegrated. Chapter 798. Now, only 4 of the 5 golden-armored generals were left. In order to defend, the middle-aged man in black had no choice but to deploy another golden-armored general. TSK, let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian sneered. He was faster than the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he had the dragon-patterned golden armor. So the middle-aged man in black could only attack him with palm techniques. Palm techniques were generally slower than sword techniques, so Yi Xian had not been hit by a single attack yet. He felt that if he was given another 10 seconds, he would be able to destroy the main city gate. A few seconds later, Kacha, the 2nd golden-armored general, disintegrated. There were only 3 golden-armored generals left. The middle-aged man in black had a gloomy expression. He watched as Yi Xian's attacks landed on the main city gate, but he could not do anything. Not only that, but his danger level had also increased. Now that I have a golden-armored general to help you, let's see how you can stop me. Yi Xian shouted and suddenly turned to attack the middle-aged man in black. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fong Charge. Nether Palm. The middle-aged man in black realized that he was in trouble. If he was knocked out, the city gate would fall. Nether Escape. The middle-aged man in black quickly used his trump card to escape. However, Yi Xian did not chase after him. Instead, he quickly swept toward the two golden-armored generals guarding the city gate and gave them a good beating. Kacha! The third golden-armored general disintegrated. Then Yi Xian hurriedly attacked the city gate again. Bastard! If the leader doesn't come back soon, the main city will be breached. The middle-aged man in black had no choice but to go back and try to stop Yi Xian. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The formation on the main city gate was broken, and the city gate was directly destroyed by Yi Xian's palm. The middle-aged man in black became nervous. There were two main city gates in total. There was another one at the end of the city wall passage, but one had already been destroyed by Yi Xian. There was nothing he could do. If the crown prince did not return during this time, they would lose. Ha ha! Yi Xian laughed 3 times when he saw the main city gate collapse. He sent a nearby golden-armored general flying with a swing of his sword and then rushed in. As long as they could break through this door, victory would be the 6th prince's. Once the 6th prince became the crown prince, the benefits would definitely be great. Breaking through to the supremacy realm would be just around the corner. However, right at this moment, "I'll be right there. How's the situation?" Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the prince's writ in the arms of the black-clothed, middle-aged man was glowing. This voice belonged to the first prince. Damn it, the first prince is about to arrive. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that he had to give up on this door and leave? Your Highness, he has already broken through one of the city gates. The black-clothed, middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "I'll be there in 5 seconds." The eldest prince's words made Yi Xian completely give up. He wouldn't be able to break through this main city gate in 5 seconds. If the first prince were to return, he might be stuck in the passageway leading to the city wall. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately used the netherworld escape and rushed out of the passageway leading to the city wall. While using the netherworld escape, he could only gather his true energy under his feet and couldn't attack. Thus, he brushed past the black-clothed middle-aged man. What? Netherworld escape? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked once more. He was beginning to suspect that Yi Xian had infiltrated the ghost cult. Otherwise, how could he know the ghost cult's secret techniques? Damn it, I must stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man also used the netherworld escape and followed closely behind Yi Xian. In truth, Yi Xian was still a little unwilling to give up. He couldn't be scared off by the first prince's words. Thus, he wanted to wander around the forest and see if the first prince would appear in 5 seconds. If he didn't, he would quickly return to attack the city. If the first prince really did appear, he would quickly leave, hide, and wait for the next attack. However, he was right to give up on attacking the city. In less than 5 seconds, the first prince appeared in front of the city gate. However, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Revelation. Thus, the first prince didn't discover him. He only saw the remains of the 3 golden-armored generals. In the secret realm, one's perception would be greatly reduced. 5 seconds was definitely enough for Yi Xian to get away from the first prince. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have to face the first prince. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In fact, he really wanted to fight the first prince. Although the first prince practiced the Paragon martial technique, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation. However, so what if Yi Xian learned the Paragon martial technique? He didn't dare to use it in the secret realm. After all, there were many officials watching outside. Even the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor was present. If he dared to use it, he would definitely be hung up and interrogated. He might even harm the 6th prince. Moreover, the first prince knew the Paragon martial technique. His strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he restrict the movements of the three princes? Thus, Yi Xian couldn't take the risk. This guy keeps chasing me. The first prince might follow. No, I have to stop him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, his true energy started to burn rapidly. Dragon Fortune, Firmament Fissure, Wolf Fang Rush, Nether Palm. Yi Xian attacked, crazily. The black-clothed, middle-aged man who used the nether escape was extremely fast. However, he was still hit by the nether palm. If it was any other time, Yi Xian would definitely follow up with another attack. However, this was a critical moment. The first prince had already noticed the commotion caused by the palm strike. He had to leave. Nether escape. Yi Xian quickly fled. The black-clothed, middle-aged man was hit by the nether palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured by the palm strike. At the same time, he lost sight of Yi Xian. Not long after, a figure flew over. It was the first prince. "Are you all right?" the first prince asked with a frown. "I'm fine. I just lost him." The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. "Forget it." The first prince looked ahead. Fortunately, he had made it back in time. If he had been half a minute later, he would have been eliminated. Although the three princes could move freely now, they were all pinned down. The three princes were basically guarding the main cities. However, the sixth prince had Yi Xian as his trump card. In this secret realm, Yi Xian had no opponents other than the three princes. Outside the secret realm, the entire palace was in an uproar. This is too exciting. If the first prince had been a little slower, that kid would have broken through. Yeah, that kid is too monstrous. Even without the dragon-patterned golden armor, he could have taken down the city alone. The first prince can't move around freely now. If that kid finds an opportunity to break through the city and destroy the soaring dragon pillar, the first prince will lose. Chapter 799. Now, all the officials' attention was on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had led the entire siege. The princes who had lent their dragon's luck to the sixth prince were livid when they saw the first prince and the seventh prince jointly attacking the sixth prince. Now, they were relaxed because the sixth prince was the one who had the highest chance of winning. If the sixth prince became the crown prince, they, as the sponsors, would be able to gain many benefits. At the same time, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor was also smiling as he thought, now, the seventh prince doesn't have enough troops, and the first prince is pinned down. How is the sixth prince going to deal with this? He didn't expect this siege to be so exciting. It was even more intense than the battle decades ago. Thinking back, he had also stood out from the other princes and become the crown prince. After evading the first prince, Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quickly ran toward the first prince's other checkpoint. The first prince had 5 people on his side and 3 in the main city. Then, there might be 2 more at the other checkpoint. As long as those 2 were dealt with, the first prince's 2 front teeth would all fall out, just like the 7th prince. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the unbroken checkpoint. At this time, this checkpoint was already empty. The first prince had already ordered his troops to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now, other than the 6th prince, who still had a barrier, the 7th prince and the eldest prince were both gone. 6th prince, what should I do now? After breaking through the 2nd checkpoint, Yi Xian quickly returned to the first prince's main city and then to the 6th prince. Yi Xian, you hold the first prince back. Tomorrow, I will send troops to the 7th prince and eliminate him. The 6th prince replied, Okay. Yi Xian replied, in terms of military strength, the 6th prince didn't have many Wolf Fang cavalry left. However, he still had 9 people who had been eliminated from the start. Thus, he could directly control 9,000 soldiers. 3 of the first prince's subordinates were in the main city, while the other 2 were in the wilderness. No one knew where they were stationed. At the same time, 4 golden-armored generals were also damaged. There were only 4 people left on the 7th prince's side. Adding them all together, they had at most 4,000 soldiers. There was nothing to fear. Today, Yi Xian had only occupied 1 resource point. The other 9 were divided between the 1st prince and the 7th prince. But now that Yi Xian was guarding the 1st prince's main city, the 1st prince couldn't send anyone out. So if they wanted to occupy the resource points, they could only rely on the 2 people stationed outside. Soon, it was almost midnight. Let's go out for a walk to prove that I'm still here. Yi Xian, who was hiding in a forest outside the main city, suddenly dashed out and attacked the city gate from afar. Again, the 1st prince's expression darkened. He immediately charged out of the city, but in the next moment, Yi Xian had already disappeared. In these few hours, Yi Xian had harassed him countless times, making the eldest prince very angry. Now, he simply didn't return to the main city and stood guard outside the city gate. Damn, it seems that I've angered him. Yi Xian scanned with the eye of revelation and smiled helplessly. After a while, the resource points finally refreshed. Before this, the 6th prince had been guarding the 7th prince's checkpoint, and there were people guarding the other checkpoint as well. If the 7th prince dared to go out, the 6th prince would directly attack the main city. In this way, the 6th prince occupied almost all of the resource points. Yi Xian, we've occupied 9 resource points. The 6th prince's voice came from the Prince Command Medallion. After all, the entire neutral zone was the 6th prince's army. If anyone dared to come out, they would immediately trigger the alarms, and then the golden-armored generals would immediately rush over. As for the last resource point, it should have been occupied by the 2 members of the 1st prince's camp. But it didn't matter. 9 resource points had increased the 6th prince's army by 4,500 soldiers. Yi Xian continued to guard. I'll eliminate the 7th prince tonight, the 6th prince suddenly said. Okay, Yi Xian replied. It seemed that this battle was coming to an end. The 7th prince was forced to defend the main city, and many of his men had been crippled by Yi Xian. He had also lost 4 golden-armored generals. Even if he exchanged his dragon luck for an army, his own dragon luck would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th prince. The 6th prince was preparing to attack the city, but he didn't need to bring too many Wolf-Fang cavalry. Instead, he summoned 10 golden-armored generals. Originally, they only had 5 golden-armored generals, but to be safe, the 6th prince deliberately exchanged his dragon luck for 5 more. 10 golden-armored generals and the powerful 6th prince were enough to take down the 7th prince's main city. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. At dawn, the 6th prince had already led the 10 golden-armored generals to the 7th prince's main city. 6th brother, you still came. The 7th prince stood on the city wall and said to the 6th prince, 7th brother, it's time to end this. Come down and fight. The 6th prince said calmly. Okay. The 7th prince replied and led the last of his men out of the main city. After the previous battle, he was only left with 4,000 men and 2 golden-armored generals. Although he still had 4 men under him, the only one who could fight was the black-robed woman. Behind the 6th prince, there were 10 golden-armored generals with 100% of their body seals. The disparity in strength was huge. 6th brother, let's fight. If you win, I'll back out, the 7th prince said. Okay. The 6th prince agreed. Although he had exchanged a large amount of dragon luck, he had plenty of dragon luck. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 7th prince. The two of them looked at each other in silence, each holding a long sword. "Sixth brother, I'm sorry." The seventh prince shouted and activated the imperial heavenly technique of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Almost at the same time, the sixth prince also activated the imperial heavenly technique. A great battle was about to begin. The seventh prince knew that he couldn't defeat the sixth prince. After all, the sixth prince still had the dragon-patterned golden armor. His chances of winning were less than 10%. However, even if he lost, he had to lose honorably. The two princes were already at 100% of their body seals. However, they were much stronger than the black-robed woman. Together with the imperial heavenly technique, they were almost invincible in the half-step to supreme realm. It was a pity that the sixth prince was much stronger than the seventh prince in terms of cultivation level and dragon luck. Hence, the seventh prince was quickly defeated. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The seventh prince was sent flying by the sixth prince's sword. "I lost." The seventh prince's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, as a superior, he understood that the winner was always right. A loss was a loss. Immediately, he turned his head and ordered one of his men to destroy the dragon pillar in the main palace. The seventh prince's main city dragon pillar is destroyed. The seventh prince is eliminated. Chapter 800. The seventh prince's soaring dragon pillar has been shattered. The seventh prince has been eliminated. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out in the sky. Following that, the seventh prince and his men transformed into streaks of light and left the secret realm, including the seventh prince. As for the remaining troops, they stood quietly in their original positions, not moving at all. Now, the tripartite balance of power had turned into a two-sided balance of power. Yi Xian, the seventh prince, has been eliminated. The sixth prince had obtained it through the prince seal and Yi Xian. There's nothing unusual about the eldest prince's side. No one has come out. Yi Xian replied, "All right, since that's the case, we'll wait for one more day. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll attack the eldest prince's main city." The sixth prince was in a very good mood. Now that he had eliminated the seventh prince, his only opponent was the eldest prince. Furthermore, the eldest prince was restrained by Yi Xian, so he could move freely in the secret realm. He immediately sent out experts to search for the two people outside the secret realm. He spent an entire day and finally found the two people, then sent them out of the secret realm. In a few hours, the resource points would be refreshed again. At that time, the sixth prince would occupy 10 resource points and gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. By then, he would have a total of 10,000 soldiers. The ministers outside the secret realm began to discuss again. However, the outcome was very clear. The eldest prince could at most hold on for half a day. As long as the sixth prince's army pressed in, the eldest prince would definitely be unable to stop them. Then, the position of crown prince would belong to the sixth prince. It would be noon soon. When the sixth prince occupied 10 resource points, he would immediately send out his troops. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was squatting in the forest and occasionally using his eye of revelation, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was rapidly gathering in the eldest prince's main city. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly took out the prince seal and asked, "Your Highness, the yuan qi of heaven and earth is beginning to gather in the eldest prince's main city." The sixth prince immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Yi Xian, quick, attack the city. The eldest prince is undergoing the supremacy tribulation." What? Yi Xian was shocked, transcending the supremacy tribulation in the midst of a siege. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The first prince was at the end of his power. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, Yi Xian would never have thought that the first prince would choose to undergo the supreme tribulation at such a crucial time. One had to know that the supreme tribulation was extremely dangerous. So many people deliberately suppressed it. Out of 10 half-supremes with 100% body seal, it would be considered pretty good if one of them could break through to the supremacy level. At this moment, the crown prince was actually going to undergo the tribulation. This was simply courting death. After all, once the supreme being tribulation was disturbed, it was very likely that one soul would be scattered. Sixth Highness, am I really going to attack the city? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Now that the first prince was in the middle of transcending the supreme being tribulation, if he were to be disturbed, the first prince's experts would definitely kill him. Attack. No one is stopping you. This means that they have agreed. Attack. The sixth prince said without hesitation. With this reminder, Yi Xian immediately came to his senses. If the imperial family did not want him to disturb the first prince's supreme being tribulation, Eunuch Wu would definitely appear. Now that he had not appeared, it meant that the imperial family had tacitly agreed to attack the city. Kill! Yi Xian widened his eyes and rushed out. Although the first prince was very likely to fail the tribulation, if he succeeded, the sixth prince would not be able to break into the main city, no matter how many troops he had. Rumble! The sound of the siege was deafening, alarming the experts in the main city. His Highness is undergoing the tribulation. Quick, everyone, kill your way out. Don't let him disturb His Highness. The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted. The next moment, they rushed out of the main city through the secret passage. Previously, the first prince's camp had 4 golden-armored generals destroyed by Yi Xian. Now, only 2 body seal experts were left with 100% combat strength. However, they still had many saber generals. This was a critical moment. They had to stop Yi Xian from entering the main city. They had to succeed. After all, the first prince was undergoing the tribulation next to the dragon pillar. At this moment, there was an uproar outside the secret realm. No one had expected the first prince to choose this time to break through. The entire palace was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor. He chose this time to undergo the tribulation. What is he thinking? The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had more than 20 sons. However, a few of them were still underage. Hence, they were still living in the palace. Many of the princes who had competed with him for the position of crown prince had also undergone the tribulation. However, most of them had died. It was normal for some of the imperial family to die. However, the first prince was his first son. He was still concerned about him. Hence, he gave the first prince a set of precious dragon-patterned golden armor. He has accumulated a lot of dragon luck, and his strength is not weak. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he should be able to break through. The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor thought. However, he was now considering whether to ask Eunuch Wu to stop the tribulation. If he did, it would be unfair to the sixth prince. If he didn't stop the tribulation, it would be a tragedy if the first prince was disturbed and struck to death by the sovereign lightning tribulation. Your Majesty, what's your decision? All the ministers and princes were thinking. In the secret realm, Yi Xian attacked the city alone again. However, the guards this time were much weaker than before. Underworld Palm, the black-clothed, middle-aged man, attacked Yi Xian crazily. However, Yi Xian dodged all of his attacks. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and continued to attack the city. The sovereign tribulation was to condense the yuan qi of heaven and earth above one's head. After the condensation, a tribulation lightning would strike. As long as one could withstand the tribulation, they would be able to condense the sovereign golden body. If they couldn't, their soul would scatter. Yi Xian was also very nervous. He cursed the first prince for being so shameless to break through at this critical moment. Wasn't he obviously trying to get the imperial family to stop the tribulation? Fortunately, the Sunflame imperial family didn't seem to be involved. Hence, he continued to attack. Soon, the first city gate collapsed. Yi Xian quickly rushed in and attacked the second city gate. He was also very helpless. He had already destroyed a city gate before, but it was repaired. Otherwise, he would have already rushed into the main city. Rumble! Yi Xian's attacks all landed on the city gate. Quick, stop him! The black-clothed, middle-aged man shouted. At the same time, he led a golden-armored general and charged in. Not only that, but more than 10 deputy generals with long sabers also rushed in. However, 5 black-clothed, middle-aged men and 5 golden-armored generals couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Now, there was only one. How could it be enough? Irritating guy, get lost. Here's an event. The Super Devouring System's current rating is 530, based on 500 points. By 12 o'clock p.m. on the 31st of December, for every 100 points of 5 stars, 1 chapter will be added on New Year's Day. For every 200 points, 2 chapters will be added, and so on. Chapter 801. Get lost, you annoying bastards. Yi Xian suddenly turned around to attack. These people were too annoying. The passageway to the city wall was not spacious, and these people would affect him greatly if they rushed in. For directions annihilation, a surge of energy surged out, and the saber-wielding deputies around Yi Xian were sent flying. At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed to Yi Xian's side and struck out with his palm. Smack! The palm landed on Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. The palm energy passed through the armor and penetrated Yi Xian's body, severely injuring Yi Xian's internal organs. Uffed! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on his armor, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh no, I fell into his trap. The middle-aged man in black immediately reacted. He thought that Yi Xian's prince token would be in front of his chest, but it was not there. This was indeed Yi Xian's intention. Otherwise, the middle-aged man in black would not have been able to get close to him. I'll deal with you first. Eye of illusion. Yi Xian widened his eyes. An invisible energy entered the middle-aged man in black's eyes, stunning him for a moment. Although this happened in less than a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yi Xian. Swish! With a sweep of the wolf fang sword in Yi Xian's hand, the black-clothed, middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air. At the same time, Yi Xian had already punched out, accurately smashing onto the prince's token on the black-clothed, middle-aged man's waist. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged man in black's prince token shattered, and he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Before he disappeared, Yi Xian saw the middle-aged man's terrified expression. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were beyond his imagination. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The great emperors will seal the body at 85%. He suddenly made a breakthrough. What? He's only the vice leader of the Nether sect. That means... Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the first prince was the leader of the Nether Spirit sect? However, now was not the time to think so much. Breaching the city was more important. After breaking through, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled. In less than 3 seconds, the city gate collapsed with a loud rumble. Ha ha! Yi Xian quickly rushed in and laughed loudly. It seemed that victory belonged to him. However, just as the city gates were about to collapse, there was a flash in the sky. The supreme tribulation, lightning, struck down. Yi Xian was stunned. He watched as the supreme tribulation, lightning struck the main hall, creating a huge hole in it. Now, the tribulation lightning had already struck down. As long as the Crown Prince could successfully withstand the tribulation lightning, he would be able to condense the sovereign golden body and become a sovereign. If he couldn't, then his soul would be destroyed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. He couldn't care less. Since the imperial family wasn't interfering, it meant that the Crown Prince trial was still ongoing. He had to destroy the dragon pillar as soon as possible. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he saw that the Crown Prince had already stood up. At this moment, the Crown Prince's entire body was glowing with a golden light. Even his eyes were golden. Yi Xian didn't know that the Crown Prince had the golden dragon plate armor, because the Crown Prince had already kept it. However, Yi Xian could tell that the Crown Prince had withstood the tribulation lightning to become a sovereign and condense the sovereign golden body. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. The target of his attack wasn't the Crown Prince, who was experiencing his new strength. Instead, it was the dragon pillar beside the Crown Prince. As long as the dragon pillar was destroyed, the sixth prince would be the victor. Even if the Crown Prince became a sovereign, it would be useless. Whoosh! The firmament splitter tore through the air. However, the Crown Prince's eyes suddenly returned to normal. He took a step forward and blocked the dragon pillar. Boom! The firmament splitter landed on the Crown Prince's body. After a muffled sound, the Crown Prince was unharmed. Sovereign golden body. Yi Xian widened his eyes and scanned with his eye of revelation. He realized that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the Crown Prince. There was a layer of golden membrane around the Crown Prince's body that blocked the eye of revelation. This was the sovereign golden body. He had already lost the best opportunity to attack. Now that the Crown Prince had successfully passed the tribulation lightning, he couldn't destroy the dragon pillar in front of a sovereign. The Crown Prince trial was over. Brat, are you the one who almost defeated me? Today, even if Father comes, he won't be able to save you. Die! When the Crown Prince saw Yi Xian, his anger surged. He took a step forward with his left foot and immediately punched out. This punch was aimed directly at Yi Xian's head. Although Yi Xian had the golden dragon plate armor, this punch was enough to blow his head apart. The Crown Prince wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm going to die just like this? Yi Xian's eyes widened as the flow of time around him suddenly slowed down. His thoughts were in a mess. Although he could dodge this punch, what if he could dodge the pursuit of the first prince, a supreme expert? No, there was still a way. Let's fight to the death. Yi Xian silently chanted the special devouring skill. Ding! The special devouring skill of Sword Intent is successful. The current level is Incomplete Sword Intent. A system notification sounded. Just now, Yi Xian had blasted the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm and obtained his yin and yang ring. Because of that, he had broken through. However, Yi Xian had rushed in at that time and had not tried the special devouring skill of Sword Intent. Now that he had tried it, he realized that the devouring crystal was enough. Sword Intent. He had finally comprehended Sword Intent. He could block this punch. Not only that, but he could also destroy the dragon pillar. Firmament Splitter. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. This attack contained Sword Intent. Sword Intent was something that even Supreme Being experts might not be able to comprehend, but Yi Xian had. Because it was his first time, Yi Xian did not know the power of this Sword Intent. This circular slash easily broke through the Crown Prince's fist shadows. Under the Crown Prince's shocked gaze, the slash sank into his chest and sliced the dragon pillar in half. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the first prince's eyes widened. Lowering his head, he discovered that his left arm had fallen to the ground, and a bloody line had opened up in front of his chest. Blood spurted out, and his entire body fell backward in two halves. The sovereign golden body had been destroyed. Not only that, but the crown prince's heart had also been sliced in half by Yi Xian's slash. What? Looking at the crown prince's body that had been sliced in half, Yi Xian was shocked. He had expected this attack to severely injure the crown prince. Then, he would use the crown prince's body to break the dragon pillar. He did not expect that the crown prince would be sliced to death with a single slash. Who was the crown prince? The crown prince was the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. He was the crown prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, he had died here. This was serious. It's over. This was Yi Xian's first thought. Chapter 802. It was Yi Xian's first time using sword intent, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could kill a supreme being expert. Perhaps it was because the first prince had just made a breakthrough and hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body yet. Now, he was in for a tragedy because the Sunflame imperial family wouldn't let him go. Plop! The soaring dragon pillar fell. When the loud sound reached Yi Xian's ears, the entrance of a secret realm suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, several figures rushed out. One of the figures was the Sunflame Emperor. He looked at the first prince's corpse and said in shock, "How could the sovereign golden body be broken?" After saying that, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and asked, "You comprehended sword intent?" The first prince had already made a breakthrough. Although he hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body, it wasn't something a half-step supreme being could hurt. If one wanted to hurt the sovereign golden body, only sword intent could do so. This Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw the Sunflame Emperor's murderous gaze. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only nod and say, "This is the incomplete sword intent that I suddenly comprehended when I was facing death." After hearing Yi Xian admit it, the Sunflame Emperor and the surrounding people were shocked. Sword intent. It was actually sword intent. One had to know that even the Sunflame Emperor, a supreme being expert, had yet to comprehend sword intent. Emperor, the first prince's corpse has mutated. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly pointed at the first prince's corpse and said, After being reminded, the emperor shifted his gaze from Yi Xian to the first prince's corpse. He discovered that the lower half of the first prince's corpse had a patterned tail. Not only that, but even his face had undergone a huge change. Alien race. The First Highness is actually an alien race. That's the Snake Demon clan. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When the emperor heard that, he was slightly shocked. He carefully sized up the first prince. Indeed, the first prince wasn't human. There were other patterns on his face. That was his original form. The demonic snake clan of the first race had the ability to disguise themselves. He had directly transformed into the first prince's appearance and infiltrated the imperial family. Even supreme being experts didn't notice him. "My son is already dead." The Rimflame Emperor immediately realized that the dead crown prince was not a human. He was a snake demon disguised as his eldest son. He hurried over and put away the first prince's interspatial ring. After checking it, his expression suddenly changed. "I'm afraid this alien race has been here for more than 10 years. The Sunflame Emperor gritted his teeth. He found some clues among the experts of the demonic snake clan, who had disguised themselves as the first prince. The entire imperial court had probably been infiltrated by the demonic snake clan, who knew how to disguise themselves. However, there was no list of names in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian was also trembling with fear. He had heard of the mutated tribes before, but this was the first time he had seen one. In this world, other than humans, there were many other races, such as the demon race, the sea race, the beast race, and so on. To humans, these demon races, the sea race, and the beast race were all alien races. The beast race was a race between the human race and the demon race. Their ancestors were actually humans, but some humans chose to mate with beasts, giving birth to the beast race. The demonic snake clan was the beast race, which was the mutated tribe that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was talking about. It was a race that was born from the crossbreeding of humans and snake saint beasts. Yi Xian was also helpless. A human and a snake could actually mate. This was heaven-defying. For a moment, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't know what to say. Originally, Yi Xian had killed the first prince with his sword intent, so he definitely wanted to kill Yi Xian. However, the first prince wasn't the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, but a member of the demonic snake clan who had infiltrated the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. In that case, Yi Xian was considered innocent. Your Majesty. Now, Eunuch Wu, who was beside him, asked, I didn't expect the mutated tribes to infiltrate the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty so much. The first prince is already dead, and he was disguised by the demonic snake clan. Even I didn't notice. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was shocked. He continued, Stop the crown prince test for now. Capture all the members under the first prince. No, capture everyone who participated in the crown prince test. Don't let anyone escape. Yes, Eunuch Wu answered. Then the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor looked at Yi Xian and said, what's your background? Hearing this question, Yi Xian couldn't help but stiffen. He said, I exchanged for the title of Marquis in the Sixth Heaven prison, and then the Sixth Prince's people took a fancy to me. Yi Xian made a long story short, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't believe anyone. He said, although it's because of you that we saw through the mutated tribes, it doesn't prove anything. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Your Majesty, the first prince, there's a middle-aged man in black next to him. He's the person I eliminated when I attacked the city. He's the vice leader of the ghost sect. Not only that, but the woman in black next to the seventh prince is the saintess of the ghost sect. Yi Xian quickly took out a few interspatial rings, poured the evidence into them, and handed them over. I know about the ghost sect. And I also know that the first prince is the leader of the ghost sect, but I didn't expect the mutated tribes to be behind this, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor said with narrowed eyes. The first prince was the leader of the ghost sect, and it wasn't a big deal for such a person to become the emperor. After all, every emperor had to fight openly and secretly with their brothers before ascending to the throne, and many had died. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor ascended to the throne, he had also done some shady things. However, the demonic snake's tribe was a mutated tribe, and the first prince had died long ago. Even if the throne fell into the hands of an outsider, it couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled again. As expected, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor knew about the ghost sect, and it seemed like he had silently agreed with the first prince and the seventh prince's actions. The ghost sect had a secret technique that allowed one to use a large number of ghost lanterns to forcibly raise one's cultivation. This required killing a large number of peak kings and half-supremes. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor had also silently agreed to this. If one wanted to ascend to the throne, how could one do it without some tricks? Gather everyone in the Sunflame Palace. With that, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor left the secret realm. In the next moment, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed. He left the secret realm, and the sixth prince was standing beside him. Yi Xian, what's going on? Did we win? Asked the sixth prince, who still didn't understand what had happened. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I killed the first prince by mistake. However, the first prince isn't a human. He's from the demonic snake's tribe. I'm afraid the real first prince is already dead. What? The sixth prince trembled when he heard this. When he heard that Yi Xian had killed the first prince by mistake, he was scared half to death. However, when he heard the rest of the story, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The demonic snake's tribe. The first prince is a mutated tribe. Yang Qi asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. That was why they had been teleported to the Sunflame Palace. What they were going to do next was probably to be interrogated. Soon, the 16 princes were gathered together. Not only that, but all the members who had participated in the Crown Prince trial were also called over. Chapter 803. Consecrate a Liang. I'll leave this to you. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor suddenly appeared. Behind him was a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were extremely sharp. After a quick glance, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. The black-robed old man had been watching the Crown Prince trial from another location. Naturally, he recognized Yi Xian, who had led the attack. So strong, another Supreme Being expert. Yi Xian's body trembled. Just a glance from the black-robed old man was enough to make his heart palpitate. The black-robed old man was definitely a Supreme Being expert. Are all the members of the First Prince's faction here? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked around. They're all here, just enough for 10 people. Eunuch Wu whispered. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor followed Eunuch Wu's gaze, and it landed on the black-robed, middle-aged man. You're the vice-sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult, right? The black-robed, middle-aged man's heart trembled. He was also shocked when he saw the first prince's corpse turn into a serpent man's body. Thus, he did not dare to hide anything, and nodded. Yes, your majesty. Who's the sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. It's the first prince. The black-robed, middle-aged man answered without hesitation. Are you the human? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. Yes, the black-robed, middle-aged man answered without hesitation. At this time, the imperial family's consecrator walked over and said coldly, "Look into my eyes." The black-robed, middle-aged man looked into the consecrator's eyes. Then the consecrator asked again, "Are you related to the other races?" No. The black-robed, middle-aged man answered immediately. However, the moment the words left his mouth, a crisp sound rang out. The black-robed, middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air once again. Previously, he had been cut by Yi Xian. When he came out, he immediately treated himself and grew a new arm. But now he was cut off again. If one wanted to determine whether he was a member of the other races, one could tell from the severed arm. If he was a member of the other races, the severed arm would mutate. This black-clothed middle-aged man's severed arm did not mutate and was still a human arm, so it could prove that he was a human, but it could not prove that he was not related to the other races. The eagle-eyed old man judged whether the other party was telling the truth by looking at their eyes. Although he didn't see any fluctuations in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, there were still times when he was unsure. "Stand aside," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then he shouted, "Where's the saintess of the Nether Soul sect?" The voice echoed in the hall. Someone in the hall trembled. When the black-robed woman saw that it was her turn, she immediately turned around and rushed out of the Sunfire Hall. "You want to leave?" An expert guarding outside the Sunfire Hall suddenly leaped up and kicked out. Bang! The black-robed woman was sent flying and landed beside the eagle-eyed old man. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This black-robed woman was at least 100% body seal, but she had been kicked to the point of vomiting blood. Her opponent was very strong. He immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the surroundings, but he discovered that he couldn't see through the armored man. The other party was also a supreme being. This person should be the emperor's personal bodyguard. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Rip. At this moment, the black-robed woman's arm suddenly flew up. The eagle-eyed old man had made his move. If there was no ghost, why did the black-robed woman run away? As expected, the black-robed woman's broken arm changed after a while. Strange green patterns suddenly appeared on it. The demonic snake clan. What? This woman is also from the demonic tribe. Yi Xian was shocked. When he used his eye of revelation to scan the black-robed woman, he didn't discover any difference in the environment of her body. Since she was from the demonic tribe, the eye of revelation should at least be able to scan her tail. However, Yi Xian didn't see anything. This meant that the demonic snake clan's disguise ability was very strong. It was no wonder that the first prince wasn't discovered by the supreme being experts of the Sunfire Sacred Dynasty and had been hiding for more than 10 years. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Previously, he had cut off the black-robed woman's wrist. However, after he took off the interspatial ring, he threw away the severed arm. He didn't notice it. If he had paid more attention, he would have discovered that it was the arm of the demonic snake clan. Humph! You really are from the demonic tribe. The eagle-eyed old man instantly flew over and directly captured the black-robed woman. Impossible! Suddenly, a shout attracted everyone's attention. The seventh prince rushed out from the crowd and looked at the mutated, severed arm on the ground. He said in shock, "Impossible! How can you be from the demonic tribe?" The seventh prince didn't continue speaking because he had slept with the black-robed woman for at least hundreds of days and nights. Now that he knew that she was from the demonic snake clan, he almost vomited. He was actually a demonic snake clan. The human race had done an experiment before. As long as a human and a beast were married, the bloodline would be mutated and the child would still be a beast. If the black-robed woman gave birth to a child, this matter would be serious. The seventh prince had the bloodline of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. If he gave birth to a demonic tribe child, this would be a shocking scandal. However, the black-robed woman and the first prince were from the demonic snake clan. They wouldn't choose to give birth to a child. After all, this would expose their identities. Humph! The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's face changed, and he glanced at the eagle-eyed old man. The latter immediately understood and said, "Seventh prince, please excuse me." Rip! Before the seventh prince could react, his wrist was cut off. He knew that he couldn't escape the fate of being interrogated. Immediately, he quickly took out a spiritual elixir from his interspatial ring and swallowed it. Before long, the severed arm grew back. After all, a half-step to Supreme Being was still in the empty God realm. Therefore, it was easier to heal an injury. If one became a Supreme Being and condensed the golden body of a Supreme Being, it would be more difficult to injure them. However, once a Supreme Being was injured, such as having an arm cut off, it would be miserable because the golden body of a Supreme Being was extremely difficult to repair. When the seventh prince's severed arm grew back, his severed arm still didn't mutate. This proved that he wasn't a demonic tribe member. However, the black-robed woman was inextricably linked to him. Therefore, he couldn't escape being implicated. "Seventh prince, please stand to the side," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then, the eagle-eyed old man took out 2 bone spurs from his interspatial ring and pierced the black-robed woman's shoulder. This could suppress the circulation of the black-robed woman's true energy. The black-robed woman cried out in pain. When she realized that she couldn't circulate her true energy, her face turned gloomy and she was dragged to the side by a guard. "Next, please come up one by one. You should know what to do." The eagle-eyed old man looked around and said, "What to do?" Of course, It was to cut off one of their own arms. Everyone present knew that they couldn't escape. One by one, they went up to cut off one of their own arms and received a precious elixir to recover. One by one, the severed arms and legs fell on the Sunflame sacred dynasty. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 804. None of the people before him reacted strangely. Then, it was the sixth prince's turn. The sixth prince knew that he was also under suspicion, so he cut off one of his arms to prove his innocence. "All right, sixth prince, please stand aside." The eagle-eyed elder narrowed his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, who was standing behind the sixth prince. Although Yi Xian killed the first prince and forced him to reveal his true form, he was still a suspect. Yi Xian took out his wolf fang sword, ready to cut off his own hand. But at that moment, the Sunflame Emperor spoke up. "Wait, forget about it." The Sunflame Emperor looked at Yi Xian and said, "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. The Sunflame Emperor chose to trust him. This shocked him greatly. After all, many people had already cut off their hands before him, including the sixth prince, who was about to become the crown prince. And his position in the Sunflame Emperor's heart surpassed that of the sixth prince. However, Yi Xian also understood the Sunflame Emperor's intention, imperial power, because he had comprehended the sword intent that even Supreme Being experts might not understand. The Sunflame Emperor valued him greatly. The latter wanted to rope him in, so he trusted him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the emperor. In fact, he was also afraid of being cut off. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. If his arm was cut off, it would wither instantly. At that time, he would be mistaken for a beast. He walked to the side and stood beside the sixth prince. "Yi Xian, you have comprehended the sword intent?" The sixth prince asked in shock. "Yes. Previously, when I attacked the city, I angered the first prince. After the first prince passed the Supreme Being tribulation, he wanted to kill me. At that time, I happened to comprehend the sword intent and almost caused a disaster." Yi Xian nodded. The sixth prince was in disbelief. A half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent was a super genius. The number of Supreme Being experts who had comprehended the sword intent in the imperial family could be counted on one hand. There was not a single half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent. Even if one turned the entire Sunflame sacred dynasty upside down, one would not be able to find one. At this moment, the sixth prince could only describe Yi Xian as a monster in his heart. At this moment, 16th prince, what are you waiting for? The eagle-eyed old man narrowed his eyes. 16th prince was actually only 19 years old. Perhaps it was because he had never suffered any injuries before, unlike Yi Xian, who had fought his way up to this level, so he was a little hesitant. But in the next moment, the eagle-eyed old man took his place. Hiss! A wrist fell to the ground. Then 16th prince suddenly leaped up and stabbed his sword at Emperor Rian. "It is indeed the outsiders." The eagle-eyed old man caught the sword in an instant. Then he took out 2 bone spurs and stabbed them into the 16th prince's shoulder. The true chi in the 16th prince's body was instantly sealed. "Sigh, I didn't expect 16 to die as well." The emperor of the Sunflame Empire sat on the dragon throne and sighed. Another member of the demonic snake clan had appeared. Everyone present could not help but gulp. They did not know if their family and friends had already died and were replaced by members of the demonic snake clan. After the 16th prince, a few more outsiders appeared and were all captured. Those who broke their wrists to prove their innocence were not released. Instead, they were all captured by the eagle-eyed old man and interrogated in a room. The eagle-eyed old man's eyes were very sharp. In addition to his strength, he managed to capture a few more outsiders. When the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire reported this to the Sunflame Imperial family, the Sunflame Imperial family was also shocked. Then, they launched a large-scale operation. As long as they were outsiders, they would chop off their wrists. This time, the purge of the outsiders took a total of 7 days and 7 nights. It had to be said that the outsiders had infiltrated very deeply. They had captured more than 1,000 eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines. There were only 10,000 people in the imperial palace, but 1/10 of them were from the demonic snake clan. Moreover, this was only in the imperial palace. The 17 princes' mansions had not been thoroughly searched yet. While the 17 mansions were being thoroughly searched, Yi Xian was summoned by the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire. At this time, in a small hall in the imperial palace, Yi Xian, just the fact that you helped the Sunflame Imperial family discover the demonic snake clan is enough to prove your innocence. The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire said with his hands behind his back, facing Yi Xian. Many thanks for the Emperor's trust. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. Previously, I saw you take out the Wolf Fang sword. You should have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general, right? The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire asked again. Yi Xian paused for a moment and nodded, yes. Although the Wolf Fang general's inheritance was in the secret realm of the War of Dragon Luck, it did not contain the Wolf Fang sword. The Wolf Fang general contributed a lot to the ancient Saint Dynasty, but in the end, he died under the lightning tribulation. Actually, I know where his tomb is. The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but immediately calmed down. The things in the tomb were all in the Sunflame Imperial family, which was why the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire did not send people to excavate it. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the outsiders? The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire asked again. The outsiders' view. Yi Xian paused for a moment and subconsciously answered, those who are not of the same race are bound to have ulterior motives. What a good ulterior motives. The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire suddenly turned around and said, the snake demon tribe actually infiltrated our Sunflame, holy dynasty, without us noticing. They must have disguised themselves as humans to infiltrate our Sunflame, holy dynasty. Their goal should be to control our Sunflame, holy dynasty. Yi Xian did not speak, and he listened quietly. Our Sunflame, holy dynasty has been infiltrated to such an extent, so it must be the same for the surrounding holy dynasties. Our Sunflame holy dynasty and the Snake Demon tribe are separated by several holy dynasties, only the Mad Leopard holy dynasty. Therefore, the Snake Demon tribe should have infiltrated from the Mad Leopard holy dynasty. The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire continued, but Yi Xian did not understand why the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire was telling him this. While he was puzzled, the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire finally said, you comprehended sword intent as a mere half-step venerable. You are the most outstanding genius in the history of our Sunflame holy dynasty. Now, let me ask you, are you willing to join our Sunflame holy dynasty and serve us? As expected, after hearing the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire's words, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The Emperor of the Sunflame Empire really wanted to recruit him. Seeing Yi Xian's hesitation, the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire's eyes flickered, and he asked, are you not willing? Yi Xian jumped in fright and said solemnly, my ambition is not in the Sunflame Empire. He had mustered up a lot of courage to say this because there was a chance that he would be killed by the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire with a single slap. When the Emperor of the Sunflame Empire heard this, his body trembled. After 3 seconds, he said, with your talent, our Sunflame holy dynasty cannot keep you. However, you can use our Sunflame Holy Dynasty as a springboard. Yi Xian thought that he had heard wrong. The Emperor of the Sun Flame, Holy Dynasty, actually said such a thing, using the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard. To put it nicely, it was a springboard. To put it bluntly, it was a stepping stone. Everyone, please give this book a 5-star review. Search for the Super Devouring System in the bookstore and do not enter the circle of readers. There is a comment section under the introduction, and you will get a rating there. Until the end of the year, every 100 new fans will get an additional chapter on New Year's Day, and so on. Chapter 805. Yi Xian didn't expect that someone like him who had only comprehended incomplete sword intent would be so highly regarded. The Sun Flame Emperor wanted Yi Xian to join the Sun Flame's sacred dynasty first. When he became an expert in the future, he would help the Sun Flame's sacred dynasty. Since that's the case, I agree. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that this matter had happened, even though the 6th prince had won, he would still be investigated. Therefore, he wouldn't be made the crown prince for the time being. He would only be made the crown prince after he was proven innocent. All right, then you will be a first-grade consecrator of the Sun Flame sacred dynasty from now on. This interspatial ring is for you. In addition, all the martial arts of the imperial family will be open to you, including our imperial heavenly art. The Sun Flame Emperor said, as he handed Yi Xian an interspatial ring, "These things are enough for you, even if you are a supreme being." Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and almost went berserk when he saw it. As expected of the emperor, he was so generous. The things in the interspatial ring could definitely help him break through to the body-sealing realm. "Thank you, Emperor." Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "I will arrange a place for you to stay in the palace for the next few days. Try not to go out." Now that the demonic snake clan has been exposed, I think the demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty will make a move. "Be careful," said the Sun Flame Emperor. After that, an imperial guard took Yi Xian away. The demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty were alien races. The demonic snake clan wanted to use a disguise to seize power. Now, Yi Xian, who had comprehended sword intent at the half-supreme being level, would become a hidden target. After Yi Xian left, a person suddenly walked out from behind the screen. It was the eagle-eyed old man who had appeared in the Sun Flame Palace that day. "Consecrator Liang, what do you think of this kid?" asked the Sun Flame Emperor. "Nothing strange. At least I didn't see anything strange." The eagle-eyed old man shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this." "How are the alien races?" asked the Sun Flame Emperor. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head once more. "They're all very tight-lipped. However, I have a friend who knows how to speak, so I can invite him over. All right, no matter how much we have to spend, we have to find every single one of them. Also, send some more messengers to inform the emperors of the nearby dynasties to head over from the heavenly prison." The Rimflame Emperor nodded. Yes, the eagle-eyed old man acknowledged and left. In fact, the Rion Emperor was afraid that the demonic snake clan had infiltrated the imperial palace. They were supreme being experts. At this time, Yi Xian was led to his new residence by an imperial guard. Now, he was a high-ranking member of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. First-grade Reverend was the highest rank, followed by second-grade Reverend and third-grade Reverend. "Lord Yi, this lowly one will take his leave," the imperial guard said, and left. Yi Xian looked at his small lakeside building and walked in. Then he scanned it with his eye of revelation. There was no one inside. Originally, there were eunuchs and maids in the small building, but after the appearance of the demonic snake clan, they were all arrested for investigation. "Forget it. I'll break through first." Yi Xian squinted his eyes and swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! host has broken through. Currently, he is at 90% physique ceiling realm. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 95% physique ceiling realm. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 100% physique ceiling realm. The Rim Flame Emperor was generous. The items he gave helped him break through to 100% physique ceiling realm. However, he was unable to break through to the Supreme Being level. If a 100% physique ceiling realm wanted to become a Supreme Being and condense the Supreme Being golden body, he would have to undergo the Supreme Being tribulation. Yi Xian was no exception. Ding. Host has a 30% success rate of passing the Supreme Being tribulation. The system notification. Sure enough, there's a success rate of passing the tribulation. However, isn't 30% a little too low? Yi Xian was exasperated. Moreover, the dragon-patterned golden armor should be included. Without the dragon-patterned golden armor, the success rate would definitely be lower than 30%. It could be 20% or even 10%. The dragon-patterned golden armor could weaken the power of the Supreme Being tribulation by 20%, but it only gave Yi Xian a 30% chance of breaking through. It seemed that he had to use other methods to increase the success rate. If I combine with my avatar to pass the tribulation, the success rate will probably increase. Moreover, I can also cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. The Imperial Heavenly Technique of the Imperial family can use the dragon luck to resist the power of the tribulation. I wonder what my success rate will be if all these factors are added together. Yi Xian thought about it and casually found a room to rest. He had just broken through, so it was better for him to stay here and wait for some time before he went to cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. He stayed here for 7 days. At this time, half a month had passed since the death of the first prince. In this half a month, the Rim Flame Sacred Dynasty was still capturing the demonic snake clan. There were already thousands of them. Yi Xian didn't care too much. He left the small building by the lake and headed for the Imperial family's martial arts pavilion. The Imperial family's martial arts pavilion was the biggest pavilion in the Rim Flame Sacred Dynasty. There were countless martial arts gathered here. You must be the kid who comprehended the sword intent. Not bad, not bad. Our Imperial family's martial arts are on the 3rd level. You can go and take a look. If you want to learn the Imperial Heavenly Technique, come to me. An old man sat behind the counter and said to Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation. As expected, it was blocked by the old man's Supreme Being golden body. The old man was also a Supreme Being. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him and walked in. These martial arts were only names and introductions, so Yi Xian gave up the idea of copying them into the devouring system. He went straight to the 3rd floor. The martial arts on the 3rd floor were all Supreme Being martial arts. The Supreme Being martial arts were extremely powerful. Any one of them wasn't something a half-step Supreme Being could withstand. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't dare to fight with the 3 princes. However, Supreme Beings had the Supreme Being golden body. If one didn't have the sword intent, it would be difficult to kill a Supreme Being with just the Supreme Being martial arts, unless the Supreme Being martial arts were of a very high level. Yi Xian went upstairs and chose a few Supreme Being martial arts. Then he came back down. Senior, I've already chosen. Yi Xian said the names of the Supreme Being martial arts. Then the old man passed the secret manual to him. Kid, remember not to pass these Supreme Being martial arts to outsiders. As for the Imperial Heavenly Technique, follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he led Yi Xian to the basement of the martial arts pavilion. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was recorded on a stone tablet. The imperial heavenly technique was created by the founding emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, the crown prince also cultivated it. Since the crown prince's original body was of the demonic snake clan, the imperial heavenly technique must have been leaked. Therefore, the old man didn't take any measures. Ding! The imperial heavenly technique has been copied successfully. Does the host want to learn it? Chapter 806. Ding! The imperial heavenly technique has been copied successfully. Will the host learn it? Yes, Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! The host has learned the imperial heavenly technique. Yi Xian glanced at it and realized that the imperial heavenly technique was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the imperial heavenly sword technique. The second part was the imperial heavenly dragon roaming steps, and the third part was the imperial heavenly tyrant body. As the name suggested, the imperial heavenly sword technique was an offensive martial art. The imperial heavenly dragon roaming steps was a movement martial art, and the imperial heavenly tyrant body was a martial art that could enhance one's physique using the dragon luck. Imperial heavenly tyrant body? Yi Xian took out the prince token and used the imperial heavenly technique to channel all the dragon luck into his body. He glanced at the panel and realized that the success rate of the tribulation had increased from 30% to 35%. The imperial heavenly tyrant body can seal the dragon luck into one's body and refine it to strengthen one's physique. No wonder all the princes want to obtain the dragon luck. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and continued to learn the other martial arts. Although there were offensive martial arts in the imperial heaven arts, the martial arts that Yi Xian learned this time included palm techniques, fist techniques, and so on in case of emergencies. My success rate of the tribulation is only 35% now. If I use all the dragon luck to strengthen my physique, it might increase to 50%. Yi Xian left the martial arts pavilion as he thought about it. He returned to his small house by the lake and began to refine the dragon luck in his body. It's a pity that I can't absorb the dragon luck directly. I have to use the imperial heavenly tyrant body to absorb it, which is a little slow. Yi Xian felt helpless and began to cultivate on his own. This time, it took him another half a month to absorb all the dragon luck he had obtained. His success rate of the tribulation had reached 53%. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more worries one had, and the more one feared death. Yi Xian was no exception. He wouldn't joke about his life, so he couldn't directly undergo the tribulation. Oh, right. The 6th prince said that there are only 2 or 3 items in the national treasury that I need. I used the cave spirit fruit and the illusory spirit fruit to activate the eye of insight and the eye of illusion. I wonder if there are any other treasures. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Thus, he wanted to ask the emperor. If there was, then he could open another heavenly eye. Yi Xian, who had become a first-class consecrator of the imperial family, wandered around the imperial palace until he arrived at the palace where the emperor resided. Lord Yi, please wait a moment. A guard went in to report. At the same time, Yi Xian subconsciously scanned his surroundings. He discovered that there were actually 4 sovereigns guarding the surroundings of the flaming emperor's residence. It was truly a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Yi Xian thought to himself as he waited quietly. Soon, the guard returned and led him in. When Yi Xian saw the Emperor of the Sun, he was accompanied by several armored generals. Yi Xian, why are you looking for us? The Emperor of the Sun asked. Yi Xian glanced over and noticed that the flaming emperor's expression wasn't too good. It seemed that something had happened, but he didn't pay attention to it and directly asked, Your Majesty, I've already broken through to 100% of the seal. In a while, I might be going through tribulation. What? The flaming emperor and the surrounding generals were all shocked. 20 days ago, Yi Xian had only sealed his body to 85%, but now he had actually reached 100%. In a while, he would be going through his tribulation. Wasn't this cultivation a little too fast? The Emperor of the Sun gave Yi Xian a lot of cultivation resources back then. If it was someone else, it would take several months to break through to the physique sealing realm. However, Yi Xian did it in less than a month. The Emperor of the Sun sensed that Yi Xian was indeed at the physique sealing realm, and he seemed to have mastered the imperial heavenly tyrant body. Good, good, good. The Emperor of the Sun Flame was excited. He said, "Then what do you need this time?" Yi Xian did not waste time and handed over a list. The Emperor of the Sun Flame glanced at it and said, "In the treasury, there is only the Void Observation Vine." Void Observation Vine. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Void Observation Vine was a necessity for the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception had a powerful perception ability that could enhance the host's senses and aura. Although it was not as useful as the Eye of Revelation or the Eye of Illusion, it was still very useful. I have already given you the salary of a first-grade consecrator. If you want the Void Observation Vine, you will have to exchange for it with contribution points. The Emperor of the Sun Flame suddenly said. Good. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since the demonic snake clan was exposed, the news spread. The 4 sacred dynasties around our Sun Flame sacred dynasty are restless. Among them, the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty has sent troops to our Sun Flame sacred dynasty. Now, I will appoint you as the great general of suppression. You will resist the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty's attack. The Emperor of the Sun Flame said. Yes, your majesty. Yi Xian answered. The Wild Leopard sacred dynasty was one of the sacred dynasties that bordered the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. The demonic snake clan should have come from the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty. Both the demonic snake clan and the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty belonged to the beast race sacred dynasty, so they did not see each other as enemies. Now, Yi Xian had become the great general of suppression of the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. He had to go to war to earn contribution points. In the past, the 6th prince had fought many battles and earned a lot of contribution points. He then used them to exchange for dragon luck. I can give you the Void Observation Vine first, but you have to win the battle. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor said softly. Good. Yi Xian nodded. The wars between us lower-grade sacred dynasties are not allowed to send Supreme Being experts. With your strength, you are invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. You have the ability to kill Supreme Being experts. However, you have to be careful. Our Sun Flame sacred dynasty might have Supreme Being experts from other tribes. They might try to assassinate you. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor reminded him softly. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It was not a joke for a Supreme Being expert to assassinate him. Although he had comprehended the sword essence and could kill a Supreme Being expert, he could still die if he was ambushed. I will be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Then you should get ready. 7 days later, you will follow General Yuan to battle. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor said. Yi Xian immediately turned around and left. This time, he planned to return to the general's tomb and merge with his doppelganger. He wanted to raise the level of his doppelganger. After all, his doppelganger was his second life. However, just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly stopped him. It was an imperial guard. Lord Yi, the emperor, ordered me to give this to you. The imperial guard gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring and left in a hurry. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and saw that it contained the Void Observation Vine. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Chapter 807. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Now, Yi Xian had activated 3 heavenly eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, and the Eye of Perception. When he activated the Eye of Perception, his body trembled violently. This was because there were many powerful auras in the palace he was in. Only a supreme being could emit such an aura that made his heart palpitate. Even if the other party concealed their aura, he could still sense it. His sensing ability was probably more than 10 times stronger. Not bad. When I close my eyes, I still have the effect of the supersonic bat bloodline. I can sense even the slightest movement within tens of thousands of meters. I can fight even with my eyes closed. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The heavenly eye bloodline was not bad. He was looking forward to it because there were still a few heavenly eyes that had not been activated. The burning eye, the eye of the void, the eye of eternity, the eye of nirvana, the eye of glory, and so on. These heavenly eyes all had unique effects. If all of them were activated, Yi Xian's strength would be very strong. After activating the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian hurriedly left the imperial city. However, before he left the imperial city, he discovered several people following him. There are 6 in total. I wonder if they were all sent by the Emperor of Sun Yen. With the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian could pinpoint the location of these 6 people. At the same time, he could sense that their realms were around 90% of the physique ceiling realm. As long as no supreme being came, they would not be a threat to him. Forget it. I'll return to the desert of death first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately left the imperial city and ran all the way. When the 6 people saw him leave the imperial city, they immediately returned to report. With Yi Xian's current realm, it only took him a day to reach the desert of death and merge with his doppelganger. Before merging, his success rate was 53%. After merging, his overall strength increased by 10%. However, his success rate increased by 15 points, reaching 68%. After returning from this expedition, I'll probably be able to break through to the Supreme Being level. Maybe I won't even need to come back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, he still had 1 advancement point that he could add to his Gemini bloodline and increase his strength by 10% after fusion. At that time, the success rate of transcending the tribulation would probably reach 80%. However, what he wanted was not 80%, but 100%. After all, he would only be left with 1 life after fusing. If his luck was bad, and he encountered that 20%, then it would be 1 corpse and 2 lives. To be safe, he could only go out and earn battle merits to exchange for dragon luck. After the secret meeting, Yi Xian secretly left and returned to the imperial city. When the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor heard that Yi Xian had left the imperial capital, his heart skipped a beat. Now that Yi Xian had returned, he was relieved. Yi Xian had the potential to become the strongest expert in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he was secretly killed by the alien race experts, it would be disastrous. Soon, the day of Yi Xian's expedition arrived. At this moment, at the entrance of the imperial city, Yi Xian, this time, the 3 of us will be mixed in with the troops. We will be responsible for escorting you to the border, but we will not interfere in the battle. After the eagle-eyed old man finished speaking, he led the 2 Supreme Being experts of the imperial family and mixed in with Yi Xian's troops. Yi Xian was a little shocked because these were 3 Supreme Being experts. It was enough to prove that the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor valued him highly. This time, other than Yi Xian, there were a few other generals. Although their strength was not strong, they were much better than Yi Xian when it came to arranging troops. At the same time, the 6th prince also came to send Yi Xian off. When Yi Xian joined the 6th prince's residence, he was only 65% physique ceiling. Now, his strength was invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. He had the strength to kill a half-step supreme being. Very soon, the expedition team left the imperial capital and headed towards the border at high speed. On the way, they met up with the Sunflame army, so their speed was a little slow. At this speed, it would take them about a month to reach the border. However, there was no other way. After all, he had to bring the others with him. Previously, they did not encounter any problems. After all, the Sunflame army was so large that the bandits did not dare to approach them. However, on the 15th night, after Yi Xian left the imperial capital, the Sunflame army was resting in the camp. Yi Xian was grilling meat. There were a few generals around him. As for the three of them, they were hiding. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "General Yi, what's wrong?" a general asked in surprise. At this moment, within Yi Xian's range of perception, three figures had already sneakily stepped in. Their auras are so strong. They are three Supreme Being experts. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and immediately shouted, "Senior Eagle Eye, three Supreme Being experts are approaching. They are in the forest behind me." "What?" When Consecrated Liang and the other two people who were in the same tent heard this, they were also surprised for a moment because the three of them did not sense the enemy's aura. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, so they chose to believe him. "Who are you? Show yourself." Minister Liang, who had a pair of fierce eyes, roared to the sky. The three people in the forest looked at each other. The leader in the black robe shouted, "Don't care about those small fries. Kill that guy first. Go." The next moment, the three figures rushed out of the forest. At the same time, they exposed their auras and were targeted by Eagle Eye and the other two generals. 3 against 3, just right. The 6 Supreme Being experts started to fight. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his Wolf Fang sword and followed them. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the Supreme Being experts. However, he did not rush out rashly. He wanted to see the strength of his opponents first. At this moment, Minister Liang suddenly shouted, "Minister He, it's you!" He knew the leader of the Supreme Being experts who came to assassinate Yi Xian. "So what if it's me, Eagle Eye?" The leading man sneered and revealed his true form. He was from the demonic snake clan, disguised as a human. Although it was difficult to repair the sovereign golden body of a Supreme Being expert, there were many good medicines in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's treasury. It was relatively easy to repair a broken pinky bone. However, it was unknown who leaked the news. After that day, some Supreme Being experts in the palace fled because they were afraid of exposing their identities and being besieged by the experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Minister, he was one of the Supreme Being experts who fled the imperial city. However, the two people behind him were not the Supreme Being experts of the demonic snake clan. They were 2 burly leopards. The 6 of them started to fight fiercely. Chapter 808. In a 3-on-3 situation, the difference in strength between the two parties was not very obvious, so they usually did not suffer any casualties. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had comprehended sword intent. Although it was only half of it, it was enough to cause a lot of damage to the sovereign golden body. The Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast, but the leader of the demonic snake clan is obviously not an ordinary sovereign. Let's find a mad leopard to kill first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly rushed out. Although the beast clan was descended from humans, they were more beastly. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that his beast god bloodline should have an amplification effect. In addition to his sword intent and imperial heavenly sword art, it should not be a problem to kill one person. However, just as he was about to help, another aura quickly approached. "What? There's another one?" Yi Xian was shocked for a moment. Then he fiercely slashed his sword in the direction he sensed. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. An attack infused with half of his sword intent instantly slashed into the forest, but it did not hit the other party. The other party nimbly dodged it. Good boy, you found me again. You're courting death. A 2-meter-tall mad leopard waved its claws and rushed toward Yi Xian. Humph, let's see who's going to die. Yi Xian coldly snorted and faced it head-on. He, who was only at 80% of his Emperor will seal, already had 100% of his Emperor will seal. Now that he had 100% of his Emperor will seal, and with his bloodline, it was not a problem to fight a sovereign. Imperial Slash. Mad Claw. Boom. Yi Xian's slash collided with the other party's claw attack. Shockwaves surged, but the one who had the upper hand was indeed Yi Xian. Although breaking through to the sovereign level would allow one's true energy to leap by leaps and bounds, Yi Xian was using a sovereign-level martial art. In addition to the Sword Emperor's bloodline and sword intent, his attacks were enough to severely injure an ordinary sovereign expert. However, the Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed, so the other party dodged the Imperial Slash. Brat, I know you've comprehended sword intent. It's hard for me to imagine that a human could comprehend sword intent at half-step Supreme Being. This is a huge threat to my clan. The Mad Leopard sneered and flew towards Yi Xian. His attacks couldn't compare to Yi Xian's, so naturally he couldn't exchange blows with him. Therefore, he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and then tear Yi Xian, who didn't have a sovereign golden body, into pieces. You want close combat? As you wish. Yi Xian harumphed coldly in his heart and rushed over. Although he didn't have the sovereign golden body and would be torn apart by the other party's claws if he wasn't careful, his speed was still not something an ordinary person could compare to. Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps. Yi Xian moved quickly like a slippery loach. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps has increased. It is currently at 50%. Ding! The proficiency of the Heavenly Imperial Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 70%. Since the quasi-sovereign martial art was a transition, there was no proficiency to speak of. However, the sovereign martial art appeared again. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword and exchanged blows with the Mad Leopard clan expert. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to the other party at all. How is this possible? A mere half-step sovereign martial artist can actually keep up with the speed of my Mad Leopard clan? This is impossible. The Mad Leopard clan expert roared in his heart. The Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed. Moreover, he was a sovereign martial artist. It was the first time he saw a half-step sovereign martial artist catching up to him. Brat, no matter what, I will kill you today. The Mad Leopard clan expert shouted, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yi Xian felt a little regretful because the Mad Leopard clan expert was also using a sovereign martial art. It was a claw technique that looked very powerful. Unfortunately, his eye of revelation couldn't see through the sovereign golden body, so he couldn't steal it. He just had to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm. At that time, he should be able to do it again. The Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline, other than using advancement points to upgrade, would also upgrade according to the realm. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds kept coming out from the area. After all, there were 7 Supreme Being experts fighting here. In a battle of this level, the 50,000 Blazing Sun army couldn't interfere at all. That brat is indeed powerful. He can actually fight the Mad Leopard clan expert to a draw. The eagle-eyed old man glanced at Yi Xian. It was the first time he had seen a half-step sovereign martial artist challenge a real sovereign martial artist. However, at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword art has increased. It is currently at 90%. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Dragon roaming steps has increased. It is currently at 70%. Two notifications sounded at the same time. Yi Xian suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heavenly Sword art, Imperial slash. Boom. The Mad Leopard Clan expert couldn't react in time. He opened his eyes wide and watched as the slash landed on his shoulder. Rip! A crisp sound was heard, and the Mad Leopard Clan expert retreated a few steps. He and Yi Xian had fought more than 100 rounds, but he was the first one to be injured. How was this possible? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. The sovereign golden body of this Mad Leopard Clan expert is at least twice as powerful as the first prince. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first prince had just passed the sovereign tribulation and hadn't finished condensing his sovereign golden body. His sovereign golden body wasn't even 10% complete, so he was killed by Yi Xian. The Mad Leopard Clan expert in front of him had broken through many years ago, so his sovereign golden body was naturally powerful. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Mad Leopard Clan expert was at a disadvantage. Imperial Heavenly Sword art, Rising Dragon Sword. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword and slashed viciously from the bottom to the top. Rip! The Mad Leopard Clan expert's chin was cut open. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been cut in half. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat! The Mad Leopard Clan expert finally realized the danger and hurriedly shouted. The 6 people fighting on the other side didn't have such injuries. This was enough to prove the strength of the sword intent. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. Retreat! The Demonic Snake Clan expert in the lead also shouted. In an instant, the 4 of them quickly fled into the forest. After them, the eagle-eyed elder shouted. What a joke! They had the advantage now, so how could they not chase after them? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let this Mad Leopard Clan expert go. After all, this was a sovereign golden body expert. If they killed him and devoured the treasures inside, they might be able to break through. However, the Mad Leopard Clan had another racial characteristic. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. They were 30% faster than when they were fighting. In the blink of an eye, they pulled away from Yi Xian. Damn it! Stop chasing! The eagle-eyed elder suddenly called out to everyone. What if they were ambushed if they continued to chase? Yi Xian also chose to give up. It was indeed not so easy to deal with a sovereign golden body expert. It seemed that his timing wasn't right. Yi Xian immediately met up with the eagle-eyed elder and the other 2. Chapter 809. Fortunately, they don't have enough manpower this time. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The eagle-eyed old man heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. If another Supreme Being expert came, then he would have to face 2 of them alone. If you want to go to the border, I'm afraid you will have to abandon the army. The 3 of us will escort you. As long as we reach the border, the Holy Verdict Alliance will deter them from making a move. The eagle-eyed old man said, Holy Verdict Alliance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Holy Verdict Alliance before. It was a force used to guard the lower grade Holy Dynasty. In the war between the lower grade Holy Dynasty, Supreme Being experts were not allowed to intervene. Those alien races were able to make a move because they were in the territory of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Holy Verdict Alliance was very strong and well-informed. Previously, a Supreme Being expert of the Holy Dynasty took advantage of the situation and made a move in the war, but unexpectedly, He was killed by the experts of the Holy Verdict Alliance. As long as they reached the border, those supreme beings who had infiltrated the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty would not be able to make a move. Then I will have to trouble the three seniors. Yi Xian thanked them. Splitting up was the only thing he could do. Who asked him to have such a high hatred? As for the 50,000 soldiers of the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty, they were not worried. After all, they were not interested in them. Immediately, Yi Xian followed the three of them and left the armies secretly. Yi Xian had the perceptive eye and left under the cover of the night. Therefore, the enemy should not be able to find him. Originally, it would take about 15 days to reach the border, but Yi Xian and the other three only spent a little more than a day to reach the border. Originally, there was a Supreme Being expert guarding the border to prevent the enemy's Supreme Being experts from making a move. Now, with the addition of the three of them, there were 4. Yi Xian, the 3 of us will stay here. After the war is settled, we will send you back. The 3 of them were stationed at the border, but they were Supreme Being experts, so they could not intervene. This border was connected to the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. There was a total of 50,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. They were all elite soldiers, and the weakest among them was a half-step Supreme Being. The core strength of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was the half-step Supreme Beings. This was actually not a big deal because one Supreme Elixir could allow a 9th stage Great Sovereign to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. Yi Xian was a marquis, and he could receive 10,000 Supreme Elixirs a month. A duke could receive 100,000 Supreme Elixirs. Therefore, half-step Supreme Beings were not a big deal. General Yi, this is the military intelligence that our spies have found out. In a valley 10,000 li away from the border, there are 20,000 Mad Leopard army troops stationed there. A general in black armor handed a military report to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced over and said casually, "Only 3 half-step supreme martial artists with 100% physique seal cultivation? I'll deal with them myself." "What? General Yi?" The black-armored general was startled. Yi Xian was actually going to face the 30,000-strong Wild Leopard army alone. What kind of joke was this? The black-armored general didn't know about Yi Xian's past, so he couldn't help but look at Yi Xian strangely. "General Yi, the Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast. They are very difficult to deal with." The black-armored general reminded him. "I know, but I'm only at 80% physique seal cultivation. Now that I've reached 100% physique seal cultivation, as long as no Supreme Being comes, they won't be a threat to me." Yi Xian knew that the general didn't know him, so he said this, "Invincible under the Supreme Being realm." The black-armored general immediately reacted. He didn't understand why the royal family only sent a brat, but now it seemed that Yi Xian was indeed capable. Invincible under the Supreme Being realm, he could totally lead a war. Immediately, Yi Xian left the border and followed the military intelligence. It was still night, and it was very suitable for a massacre. The night was dark, and the wind was strong. It was a night for killing. Tonight, there would be rivers of blood and thousands of corpses lying on the ground. After running for a while, Yi Xian felt a huge aura. It was the aura of 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers. The 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers were led by 3 half-step Supreme Beings with 100% physique seal cultivation. Yi Xian didn't know how many merits he would get if he killed all of them. Anyway, he just had to kill them all. Yi Xian quietly sneaked over and hid behind a tree. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were many Mad Leopard soldiers among the tens of thousands. If the real Supreme Beings can't participate in the battle, then I'm invincible. Yi Xian directly took out his dragon-patterned golden armor and charged over. Although he was very confident, it was better to be safe. After all, he didn't have the Supreme Being golden body, only the dragon-patterned golden armor. When he was only 1,000 meters away, Yi Xian raised his hand and used the Sword Emperor's slash on the mad leopard soldiers in front of him. The Sword Emperor's slash, which contained sword intent, was extremely powerful. It broke through the air like a meteor flashing past. Swish, swish, swish. The Sword Emperor's slash moved in a straight line, taking away the lives of thousands of mad leopard soldiers. This Sword Emperor's slash was only the appetizer. After it, countless more Sword Emperor's slashes attacked the mad leopard soldiers. Yi Xian stood 1,000 meters away and attacked crazily. In just a second, more than 10,000 mad leopard soldiers fell. What? The 3 physique seal experts leading the mad leopard soldiers were already shocked when they saw the corpses. Just a moment ago, they were still eating and eating, but now they were suddenly cut in half. Blood spurted out crazily. This scene frightened them. But in the next moment, a white slash came and cut them in half at the waist. Yi Xian's attack could even injure a Supreme Being. These half-step Supreme Beings without the Supreme Being golden body couldn't withstand his attack. Then Yi Xian flew into the air and killed those who were cut in half, but didn't die. In less than 10 seconds, all 30,000 mad leopard soldiers were killed by Yi Xian. He was invincible below the Supreme Being level. Battle merits were calculated by the number of people killed. Therefore, Yi Xian directly collected the corpses of the mad leopard soldiers. There were more than 31,000 corpses in total. This meant that there were more than 30,000 interspatial rings. When marching to war, we don't bring many things. All of them are healing medicines and the like. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Although there weren't many things in each interspatial ring, the quantity was huge. Moreover, the 30,000 corpses could bring him a lot of battle merits because there were 3 physique seal experts among them. Then, Yi Xian quickly left. When he returned to the border, everyone was shocked because Yi Xian seemed to have left less than 5 minutes ago. Could it be that Yi Xian had suddenly changed his mind? But when Yi Xian took out the high-grade interspatial ring that contained the 30,000 corpses, everyone was shocked.